this is a major projection. The Republicans are going to be the majority.
We are heading to Washington, and we are going to make them squeal.
It looks like it is a good night for America. It looks like the Senate has changed over to Republican hands.
Tonight, Kentuckians said we can do better as a nation.
It's really a repudiation of the president's policies, but also of Hillary Clinton.
The country was counting on us to help deliver a Republican majority to the Senate, and we delivered.
Good morning again, everyone, and welcome to a special edition of New Day. It is Wednesday, November 5th. It is 8 o'clock in the East. I'm Allison Camerata.
I'm Chris Cuomo. We got Michaela Pereira here, as always, also. We need to have the whole team together to get through this wave of change. So remember the passion that the Democrats had that brought in the president and everybody into Washington 6 years ago? That's gone, and that has been replaced by the Republicans who are now in power. The U.S. Senate is a deep, dark red this morning. Check it out. Take a look at how the balance of power has shifted in just 24 hours. Democrats came in 55-45 advantage. Now lost at least 7 seats. They're definitely out of control. The question is how deeply out of control they are. Few races still have to be decided.
Chris, we saw this same story in the House, with Republicans gaining at least 14 more seats, giving them their largest congressional majority since World War II. And in governor's races, the GOP added at least 4 seats. Also on the ballot for the midterms, recreational marijuana is now legal in Washington, D.C. and Oregon, with Alaska appearing to follow suit, but the numbers there are still being tallied. So we'll have full coverage of all of the latest developments for you.
Washington, D.C. has legalized marijuana. That means members of Congress can legally buy it. Would that help the situation?
Yes.
How could it hurt? Let's look at key Senate races. Several not yet decided, including Alaska. We're waiting there. We're told the latest vote count does show challenger Dan Sullivan with an edge over the Democrat incumbent Mark Begich. But again, not official, not counted, not called. All right, in Virginia, Democrat Senator Mark Warner claiming victory, but Republican challenger Ed Gillespie not conceding. Could be headed for a recount there. We'll keep a watch on that for you. We'll certainly take a runoff to figure out Louisiana's hotly contested Senate race. You had Democrat incumbent Senator Mary Landrieu, Republican challenger Bill Cassidy, battled to a draw, essentially. However, you're not looking at his face right now, but you will in a second. Third-party candidate played a big spoiler here, Rob Maness. He got 14%. Right. Tea Party candidate, who's going to get those votes on December 6th when the runoff is, that'll make the difference.
In Iowa, Republican Joni Ernst won the seat being vacated by retiring Democrat Tom Harkin. Ernst becomes Iowa's first female senator in an easier than expected win over Democrat Bruce Braley. It was a bruising, big money battle, with the candidates spending nearly $80 million between them on campaign ads, including her famous one about castrating hogs. And a big hold for the GOP in Kansas in one of the most hotly contested Senate races. Republican Pat Roberts defeated the independent challenger Greg Orman. Republican Congressman Cory Gardner has won the Senate race in Colorado. He defeats the incumbent Senator Mark Udall. It's a significant pickup for Republicans because this is a state that voted for President Obama twice in 2008, 2012, so now it switches hands.
Arkansas. The Republicans had that on their list. They got it. Tom Cotton. Decisive victory over Democrat two-term incumbent Mark Pryor. The Democrats had thought they had a chance there. They were wrong. The GOP keeps a Senate seat in Georgia thanks to really something that went against the polls. Easy victory for Republican David Perdue. He beat Democratic challenger Michelle Nunn. She's got a famous family name there in Georgia. Was not enough. It was thought to be a toss-up until yesterday. Rare glimmer of good news for Democrats is in New Hampshire. That's Jeanne Shaheen. She's going to hold on to her Senate seat. She had a good field operation in. It helped her resist Republican challenger Scott Brown. He got a little stink painted on him with being a carpetbagger, but a very close race.
And another big win for the GOP in North Carolina. Tom Tillis defeated incumbent Democrat Kay Hagan, flipping the key swing state. And Montana has a new Republican senator as well. Steve Daines easily defeated Democrat Amanda Curtis to win the seat held by 4 decades, I should say, by Max Baucus. And Minority Leader Mitch McConnell could be the next majority leader. The Kentucky senator easily won a 6th term in the Senate, defeating Democrat Allison Lundgren Grimes.
And that was a big metaphor race also. We had said it was really close. Mitch McConnell showed what happens when you pound out 122 counties in Kentucky. He was like on all of them, playing it really hard and fair. And Allison Lundergan Grimes really spoke to the need of the voter out there to hear exactly who you are. You'll remember, she wouldn't say who she voted for in the last presidential election. That became a big issue.
Yep.
He coasted victory. May have a tougher time become majority leader. House Republicans also keep control of the House of Representatives there. Never really much in question, but they did pick up 14 additional seats. I think they only lost one. Still a little bit of a tally to be done there. You got Speaker John Boehner beating his rival in Ohio's 8th district. Boehner is expected to run again as Speaker of the House. And you had some history in Utah. That's where Republican Mia Love won the 4th district. Now listen to this. She becomes the first African-American female Republican ever elected to Congress. That's got to make everybody happy.
All right, we have so much to talk about this morning, and joining us now is someone who campaigned hard for many of the Republican candidates who emerged victorious last night. Governor Chris Christie of New Jersey is here with us. He's also the chairman of the National Governors Association. Great to see you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
You had a good night.
We did. Republican governors and Republican gubernatorial candidates all across the country had a really good night. So they had a good night. It was good for me.
Where were you watching, and what did you say when you realized that the Senate was tipping in favor of the Republicans?
Well, I was in 19 states in the last 5 days. So last night I was at home. Last night I was at home, but we had a great night. And you know, when Tom Tillis won in North Carolina, Joni Ernst won in Iowa, we knew it was a good night for the Republicans in the Senate. But my focus last night was on my governor's races. And you know, when you have Bruce Rauner win in Illinois, Charlie Baker win in Massachusetts, and Larry Hogan win in Maryland, that's a really good night for Republicans to win in those blue states. And as a blue state governor myself and as a Republican, that was particularly gratifying.
So to what do you attribute that success, particularly in those blue states for governors?
Well, listen, I think that they've seen Republican leadership in other states, and it's been enormously effective. And, you know, we had a lot of folks last night who said a lot of Republicans incumbents were going to lose. But Rick Scott won in Florida, Rick Snyder won in Michigan, Scott Walker won in Wisconsin. So, you know, I think they like governors who get things done. And I think you saw that across the country. If you're a governor who gets things done, the voters rewarded you.
Do you think it suggests that the country is more right-leaning than some pundits would have people believe?
Well, I've always thought that, but I think more importantly, there's such anxiety in the country about what's happened in Washington and how things just haven't gotten done. And I think what they were doing with governors was rewarding the governors who they believe get their job done and don't engage in all this partisan bickering and ugliness, but they work together with their legislatures, whether they're of the same party or a different party. So the fact is, that's what I think is really rewarded. People are so tired of the gridlock and the ugliness in Washington. They want to see things get done. I think they rewarded Republican governors because they've been getting things done.
So it's the morning after the midterms, and you know what that means. Time to talk about 2016.
Yeah, we don't get to breathe, huh?
No, we don't. It's time to set our sights forward on 2016. I know you get this question all the time, but really, what is your timetable for when you're going to decide?
You know, sometime next year. Sometime next year. There's no rush in making this kind of decision, and I think there's no reason to rush a decision as important as this. You know, I've said it all along. There's three questions I'll ask myself. Is it right for me? Is it right for my family? Is it right for my country? And if I don't answer yes to all three, I won't run. And if I do answer yes to all three, then I will.
And today, on a day when there's been such victories for Republican governors, isn't the answer to all of that yes?
No, I haven't even asked the questions yet.
Come on.
No.
Come on, Governor.
No, Chris, I haven't.
Come on.
I have not.
I'm liking the kinder, gentler. You got the pink tie. I respect that.
Yeah, thank you.
That's a nod towards the sensitivity you want to have your party showing. I've been listening. We've been seeing how you're building the future of the party.
Right.
But you're the one who is leading the Republican governors,
yes.
okay? You have as much credit for what happened there. And we know that, you know, success has many fathers, right?
Yep.
You're certainly going to be one of them. Rand Paul was out there last night. He was punching Hillary in the nose every chance he had. He's talking about you and what was perceived as bullying somebody at a press conference. It started. So you can't just step to the side. You're going to have to get into the race, or the race will come to you.
Says you.
Says me, I'm
It
the
says
media.
you. Yeah, I understand.
We will force you
Yeah.
to make a decision.
Well, you know how it happens when people try to force me to do anything.
I'm already seated. I'm already sitting down.
Listen, it just doesn't, it just doesn't work. And I'll make this decision based on my own timetable and not on anybody else's, because it's just too important a decision. It's life-changing, and you don't make that decision
But we know
overnight.
they're asking you to do it. How do you deal with that? You care about your party. Everybody says that this was important to you to show that you could give a message in as many states as possible where governors would be helped by it. It worked.
Yep.
That's got to tell you something about your ability to message. You know that your party is pushing you towards getting more involved in this. How do you say no?
Well, I don't know that you do say no, but I haven't said yes, and that's a big difference. And I'm flattered. I mean, you ask how you react to it. It's incredibly flattering, Chris, to have lots of people ask you to consider running for president of the United States, and I'm incredibly flattered. But this morning, what I feel is incredible pride in really great candidates across the country. This is not easy to run statewide anywhere. And to be a Republican who runs statewide in a tough state like Illinois or Massachusetts or Maryland and wins, I'm incredibly proud of those guys. They deserve the
Shows
credit.
that there's a window of opportunity for a different kind of leadership. Sure, I'm certainly baiting
Yep.
you. There's no question about it. I know you
Yes.
see it coming.
It's okay.
And so what's going to be the big foil? It will be, can Chris Christie control himself on the national level?
Why
Because they'll say you can't yell at people like that.
Well, first of all, why would anybody think that what I did last week wasn't controlled? First off,
By what
why would they
definition
think-
was it controlled?
Why would they think that I didn't do exactly what I wanted to do?
I know, but the question is, can you be that way at the next level
Yes.
and not be seen as a bully?
Yes. Yes, be yourself. How about just be yourself? That's what I try to do every day. My mother said to me a long time ago, she said, Chris, be yourself. Then tomorrow you don't have to worry about trying to remember who you pretended to be yesterday. And, I'm going to be myself. And if I decide to run for something else, if that's not good enough, then it's not good enough. But I'm not going to change who I am. Not for anybody.
And that is certainly what New Jersey voters have embraced about you. They love the Jersey style, the no-nonsense style. Perhaps we should remind people of what that testy exchange was last week, just to remind people for 1 second.
Could they possibly have forgotten after how many times it's been played? But sure, one more time. Why not?
Just for good
Wasn't my
measure.
idea.
I was there. I remember.
Cue the tape.
So listen, you want to have the conversation later? I'm happy to have it, buddy. But until that time, sit down and shut up.
You wouldn't do it differently if you had a chance?
No.
Why?
Listen,
Who you are
what
and
you
how
don't
you
see
are are
it-
two
listen,
different things.
But Chris, listen, what you don't see in that tape is that for about 60, 70 seconds before that, he was standing up, he was talking over me. I was trying to work my way through it and give him his time to say what he wanted to say. But we had 200 other people there who were there to listen to what we had to say about Sandy relief and Sandy recovery. It wasn't fair to those people. And after giving him a period of time to express his point of view, which I did, then it was time for him to stop. And if you're a leader, then you tell the guy, stop it. And that's what I did. And I wouldn't do it any differently. That's who I am. And fact is, he was there to make a statement. He made his statement. He had time to make his statement. He had plenty of media coverage afterwards. Great. I don't begrudge him that. He's got his right to say what he wants to say. But not to interrupt an event that 200 other people were sitting there looking to hear. And if you listen to the crowd afterwards, they wanted him to sit down also.
And that is the point, that in New Jersey, your authenticity and your blunt style works really well. But do you think that it plays across the country? Do you think that voters in Iowa would feel the same way about it?
Listen, what I found being in 37 states in the last 11 months is this country is much more alike than it is different. And, people always say, well, will you play here or play in the South or, any place other than New Jersey or New York? They think, well, you won't possibly play. It's wrong. It's just wrong. I got great reaction from people all over this country in the last 11 months. And what they say to me most of the time is, we like the way you act like yourself. Be direct. Give them hell. Those are the things people say to me. And it doesn't matter whether I'm in Iowa or Alabama or Illinois or Arizona. It's the same thing. So I think this country is a lot more the same than it is different.
Sweet strength. Sweet strength is what works best across the country. It's the harshness that sometimes can turn people off. Let me ask you something. When you're deliberating, people keep saying, well, it's going to be Rand Paul. Rand Paul's going to run also. You worried about Rand Paul?
I don't make that decision based on anybody else. Because if you try to figure out the politics of this stuff, Chris, you're just, throwing darts with a blindfold on. Okay? That's not the way it works. You need to decide. Do you want it? Are you ready? Is it good for you? Is it good for your family? Can you help the country? And then the politics takes care of itself, or it doesn't. Listen, lots of people run, only one person's going to win. And so that means everyone else who decided is going to lose. So you can't make the judgment based on that. And there's not any one particular person that I sit around and think about other than myself and whether I'm ready and I want to do this and whether it's good for my family or not. That's the way you make the decision.
Governor, let me ask you something since I have an opportunity, since you're sitting here. One of the things I think there will be conversations about as we look ahead to 2016, I'll let you do the pushing on whether you're going to run or not, but in terms of the perception of the Republican Party and the perception that certain people aren't necessarily spoken to within that party, how do you counteract that now going these 2 years ahead?
Well, listen, I don't need to wait. I did it in New Jersey.
So how do we do it on a national level?
Well, listen,
then?
you do what I did in New Jersey. I mean, listen, we got 51% of the Hispanic vote last year. I mean, let's remember, a year ago yesterday, I won 61% of the vote in New Jersey, 51% of the Hispanic vote, 23% of the African American vote. You know, how did we do it? We worked for 4 years to include people, to give them a seat at the table, to do more listening than talking, and to make sure that you treated everyone with the type of respect that they need to be treated with. And listen, I don't always agree with any one of those groups on every issue, and they don't expect me to. I tell folks in my state all the time, if you're looking for the candidate you agree with 100% of the time, go home and look in the mirror. You're it. You're the only person you agree with 100% of the time. So I don't think people are looking at you to pander on a particular issue. They're looking at you to be yourself and treat them with the kind of respect that would make them want to sit at the table with you. I think that's the way you do it.
Governor Chris Christie, great to have you here. Congratulations on the successes last night.
Thanks. It was a great night for our guys and women, and I'm really happy for them.
Thanks so much.
Appreciate you coming on the show, Governor.
Thank you, Chris.
Good luck to you going forward.
You got it.
All right, so Republicans decidedly got a vote of confidence from you. What are they going to do with it? They're going to cooperate with the president? We're going to be joined now by another name that you're going to be hearing a lot, Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky. And there you are. Good morning, Senator. Good to have you. We're just talking to your friend Governor Christie here about what this means going forward. How do you see it?
You know, I think it's all good news. I think last night in Kentucky we had a huge victory, and particularly in Kentucky, Iowa, Arkansas. This was not only a repudiation of the president, but I think really a repudiation of Hillary Clinton. Everybody thought, oh, hey, I'm going to be a Clinton Democrat. It turns out that's not so popular in a lot of states either. And trying to separate this into Obama Democrats and Clinton Democrats really wasn't a very successful strategy for the Democrats yesterday.
Senator, you worried about Hillary Clinton, that you bring her up on a day where usually you'd be ignoring the other side? You a little worried about Hillary?
Not necessarily worried. I just think that she has a record and she wants to either separate herself or say that she's somehow different than Obama. Really, it turns out that on most policies, they're pretty much identical.
But why now? Why do it? Is this your way of setting yourself up for 2016? There was a lot of talk about that last night. You could have talked about anything you wanted. You had it in your home state playing out in Kentucky. You were there with Mitch McConnell. Not so much about what the new Senate majority will do. Not so much about the Republican agenda. You went right after her. You created a hashtag. Seems pretty obvious what your motivation is. Am I missing something?
Well, you know, the Clintons have long been represented as leaders of the Democrat Party. She's said to be the front runner for the nomination for their party. So really, elections are about who the leadership is in a party, and it's about either accepting or rejecting those leaders. And frankly, I think that yesterday was a repudiation of Hillary Clinton. Think about it. 90% of incumbents win, but over 50% of the candidates that she campaigned for that were incumbents lost. So that is a message that the public sent both to the Clintons, to President Obama, and to their policies.
Right. The president should probably be at the top of that list, though, right, if you're going to go after the head of the Democratic Party. But you're kind of ignoring him in favor of Hillary Clinton. My suggestion would be you're doing that because you see yourself lining up in a race against him.
Yeah, I'm happy to say that there's enough blame to go around for the president. I think he's going to have to decide, and I think that decision will happen over the next couple of months. Is he going to work with us? Because, frankly, he's been saying it's his way or the highway, and that's what it's been. There's nothing that has occurred in the last several years because both he and Harry Reid decided, hey, we're going to do nothing. And so I think some of the message also was a message that the American public is tired of gridlock. They're ready to see something happen, and I want to be part of that.
You know, Senator, in an election where the Democrats, I think it's fair to say, ran away from their base, ran away from their president, ran scared through most of the elections and paid the price. Hillary Clinton, you could argue, didn't. she did what a leader should do. She went out there, she stuck by what she's about, what she believes her party's about. She fought the good fight, and she lost. Do you think that the races that she weighed in on would have gone a different way if she weren't there?
I don't think she was an asset. I think that the Clintons for a long time have been perceived as, oh, hey, they can help Democrats convince people in the South that there still are some conservative Democrats. But guess what? It doesn't work anymore. Even in their home state in Arkansas, it didn't work last night. They campaigned heavily in Iowa. Didn't work in Iowa. They campaigned heavily in Kentucky. There's supposed to be this Clinton cachet. Well, I think the shininess is worn off of that.
All right, so let's talk about who is shiny. I'm saying you're shiny, Senator. Are you going to run for president?
Maybe. You know, I haven't decided yet. We're going to decide sometime in the spring.
Let me ask you something. I understand. I've heard your answer before, Senator. Here's why I'm cutting you off. All due respect, and I'm very happy to have you on the show.
Well, you ask the same question. You ask the same question, you get the same answer. I'm not going to give you a different answer.
I know, and that's what I don't get. We just asked Governor Christie the same thing. It is the most powerful position in the world. For people like you who say you want to serve through elected office, that's the place that is the shiny jewel that gives you the power to do it. Why this indecision? Why run around the country and make all these cases and exhaust yourself on so many levels and then vacillate on going for the crown? Why vacillate?
Well, it is an important decision. It's an important position, and it will take a while to make the decision. As you know, in politics isn't always the friendliest of atmospheres for family. There's a lot that families go through. There's attacks and personal, and it's just a big decision to make. But there's also the decision to make, and this depends on the facts on the ground, and that is, are the things that you're talking about, the things you want to do to make the country bigger, better, are they resonating? And is there a chance that they will be successful? I don't have a great desire to do it just on a lark. I would only do it if I thought that we had a real chance at the nomination and at winning. So we'll make that decision sometime in the spring. I think I've been more forthright than many. I haven't demurred. I haven't said, not me, I'm not thinking of it. We've actively said we are thinking about it. We are making preparations should it occur, but we haven't made a final decision. We'll make that in the spring.
Well, look, I mean, you grew up in it. You know, you've put your family in it. As someone who grew up in politics, you know what it takes to be in this kind of situation. And you certainly are in the crosshairs of everybody who's talking about 2016 positive and negative. If not you, and if you're not going to do it, most would suggest that means you think there's someone better for the job. You think Chris Christie would be a better president than you?
You know, I think there are a lot of good candidates, and I think we need moderates in the party. I think it's great that there's a big tent and that there will be moderates and people from different regions of the country in our party. You know, I'm not ready really to declare to endorse another Republican, but I think having people from different facets of the ideological spectrum of the party is useful and good for the party.
When are we going to hear you come on New Day and say, I'm in, I have a tie on today, I'm ready to run?
Do I have to wear a tie to run? That's my real question.
No, you look good in that. I like the mock neck.
You know, we'll make a decision in the spring, but it's probably not going to be early next year. It'll be in the spring sometime. And truly, we haven't made the decision and had all the final discussions we have to have and to decide whether we want to do this or not.
Well, Senator, you got a lot of big decisions to make. You've just been given a very significant mantle of power by the American people. We look forward to seeing how you use it. Thank you very much for joining us on New Day.
Thank you.
Allison.
Thanks so much, Chris. Well, his win clinched the Republican Senate majority win overnight. We will speak with North Carolina's Senator-elect Thom Tillis about that history-making night. Last night was a big night in North Carolina, a hotly contested Senate race between incumbent Democrat Kay Hagan and Republican challenger Thom Tillis. It went late, but Tillis emerged with the win, pushing the GOP into the majority in the Senate. So let's bring in North Carolina Senator-elect Thom Tillis. Good morning, Mr. Senator-elect.
Good morning.
How does that sound?
Well, if I look like I'm wearing the same suit I was last night and I'm tired, it's because both of those are true.
Got it. Tell us about the moment that you realized that your win had pushed the GOP into control of the Senate.
Well, we were just pleased to see Georgia be decided last night and Joni Ernst in Iowa getting it done. And I'm looking forward to Dan Sullivan joining the new majority caucus next year.
So you clinched the majority for the GOP, which everyone was excited about in your party. But your Your race is also known for a more dubious reason, and that is that yours was the most expensive race in North Carolina Senate history. Now, I'm sure from where you sit this morning, that seems like money well spent. But voters say that all of the sort of runaway spending for these races sometimes makes them a little disgusted.
Well, yeah, us too. You know, the money that was spent, it was almost a 2-to-1 difference between what Harry Reid spent and what folks that supported me did. And I think the problem with it is that suddenly you try to cast two candidates as being good or bad. And I don't think that was not what really this race was about. It was about very different visions for America. And we're glad that we got it done. Incidentally, I think it may be the most money spent in any Senate race in U.S. history. And I'm proud of my volunteers and everybody else that withstood that challenge.
There were a lot of negative ads in your campaign against you, obviously, on both sides. It was a negative campaign. Your opponent painted you as having cut funding to public schools. They said you sliced and diced the budget. You created chaos in the classrooms. When you get to the Senate, will you be dealing with education? Will you be trying to cut funding for education?
Well, the only problem with the premise of that, the argument, is that we didn't cut spending. We actually have increased spending by $1 billion a year since I've been Speaker of the House. We gave one of the highest pay raises in a generation. That's the negative consequence of how these campaigns were run. We've actually tried to make education a priority and health care in North Carolina a priority. That's what we need to do at the federal level.
All right, Senator-elect Thom Tillis, thanks for taking time for us this morning. Congratulations on your win, and you can go get some sleep now.
Thank you.
Okay, take care. Let's go over to Chris.
You know, it's an interesting developing narrative here. The Republicans, the Democrats, but really what we're seeing is a growing independent streak in voters. So we're going to bring on an independent and get their take on what just happened here. A conversation with Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders coming up. What does he think about the races, the money spent in 2016? When we come back.
While most of us were fast asleep, the U.S. Senate took on a new shade of red. Republicans grabbing control of the chamber by picking up at least 7 seats. Races remain undecided in Alaska at this hour and Virginia, where the GOP is looking to flip more seats, along with Louisiana, where a runoff is scheduled for next month, Chris.
All right, so here's what we do know. A rough night for Democrats, a virtual repudiation of the Obama White House and many of his policies. So what does it mean for the next 2 years in Washington and beyond? Joining us, someone who knows, independent senator from Vermont, Mr. Bernie Sanders. Senator, thank you for joining us. So do you see optimism in the results from last night and the chances moving forward?
Well, it depends on what you mean by moving forward. I fear very much that if you take a hard look, Chris, at the Republican agenda, what they mean by moving forward are more tax breaks for the wealthy and large corporations. Is that what the American people want? I don't think so. I think you're going to be seeing in the coming months attempts to cut Social Security and Medicare. I think you're going to see ignoring the reality that we need to raise the minimum wage and do pay equity. So I think on many of the key issues that the American people feel very strongly about, the growing gap between the very rich and everybody else, I fear that the American people who want change, they want to deal with the collapse of the middle class. They want to deal with jobs leaving America, going to China. I think perhaps they've just voted for some folks whose agenda is very different than what they want and need.
One of the realities that we saw at play in these elections, perhaps more than ever, money. 41 million. Your friends on the left outspent the Republicans by, still lost. You had some PACs putting up money. Was it $200,000? You included the races through PACs. A lot of money. You don't like it, but it's going on all the time, more than ever. Even you're involved. What do we do about it?
Well, I'll tell you what we do about it. And again, I think the American people have got to ask the Republicans how they feel about it. Chris, my perception is the American people are disgusted with turning on TV and seeing one horrible negative ad after another. And this has a lot to do with the Koch brothers and other billionaires spending huge sums of money because of this disastrous Supreme Court decision on Citizens United. Now, my view, and I work really hard on this, is we should overturn Citizens United. And you know what I think? I think we should move to public funding of elections. And I think this is a major issue that the American people across the political spectrum feel very strongly about. Billionaires should not be able to buy elections. And the other thing that concerns me, Chris, very much, is that I haven't seen the numbers yet, but my guess is that about 60% of the American people did not vote yesterday. And that means about 80% of young people, 80% of low-income workers. Why is that?
I think you're being
generous. What kind of democracy are we? And by the way,
I think you're being generous. I think it's about 30%.
Let me throw a question to you. Okay. And Chris, let me throw a question to you.
What do you got?
What role does the media play in all of this? What role does the media play? Does the media allow us to have a serious conversation as to why the middle class is disappearing and why we're seeing a larger and larger gap between the rich and everybody else? Or is the media into sensationalism and polls and political gossip?
Senator,
is that something
Senator,
we should
first
talk
of all, look, this is a long conversation. You know, on New Day, we try to spend more time on these issues that matter. It's why I came here in the first place. But there are a lot of shows like this one. And garbage in, garbage out. You guys are stuffing the system with money. You put out attack ads. You attack money in the system, but then you give money to the system. It's something that's almost incorrigible. We can only deal in the media with what you are in politics.
All right, I don't want to argue. All right, that's fair enough. But the question is, all that I'm trying to say here, Chris, is we need a serious discussion about serious issues.
I'm with you.
And one of the issues is money in politics. Should we overturn Citizens United? Was that a good Supreme Court decision? Let's have that debate. I think we should.
Right, except
many of my Republican colleagues do not.
But it doesn't matter. I mean, look, what the Supreme Court decides is going to be something you're not going to change politically unless they decided the issue originally was a political question, which they did not. What you could do is you could not give any money through PACs to elections and yell at everybody who does, and you could run for president in 2016 and say, I'm Bernie Sanders, and I'm going to have this dialogue on the biggest stage. You willing to do that if you care so much, Senator?
Am I willing to do that? Well, I am taking a hard look to see what kind of support there is around the country for a campaign that would take on the top 1%, a campaign that would fight for a massive jobs program, rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure, and deal with the issue of income and wealth inequality. But as you know, Chris, this is not a decision made easily. Got to think hard about it and got to talk to people all over the country to determine what kind of support there is for that type of a campaign.
Senator, everybody knows who knows you care very deeply about issues, and the conversation needs to be had whether people want to have it or not. That's leadership. Senator, thank you for coming on New Day.
Right.
Look forward to having these conversations going forward. I still love that Vermont accent.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
I want you to know that. Allison?
Good stuff, Chris. Now that the 2014 midterm elections have made history, let's shift to 2016. Who is in the best position to run? Our political panel of experts joins us. And he's part of the new Republican wave. We will speak with newly minted Virginia Congressman-elect Dave Bratt to get his take on this historic vote.
Boy, oh boy, if you're just waking up now, first of all, you sleep too late. Second of all, you missed some night for the Republicans. They pushed into the Senate majority in a very strong way. I guess you could say, did they peak too soon, but probably too soon for that question. The national election cycle's in 2016, and they're certainly going to have to think about how they set themselves up here and what culture change they may need in Washington to be effective now and then. So let's discuss. CNN chief political analyst Gloria Borger, senior political analyst David Gergen, CNN political commentator Greg Anthony, former White House press secretary Ari Fleischer, and former Clinton White House aide and Hillary Clinton press secretary Lisa Caputo. Whew. That's a lot of firepower. Allison, ask him a question.
Okay, I will. David Gergen, I want to ask you about that peak too soon question, because you think that this could be a short-term win for the GOP. What do you mean?
Well, listen, they did a lot better than expected last night. They blew the doors off. So they have every reason to gloat today. They recruited better candidates than they did the last couple of rounds out. People a little conservative in the hands of the Tea Party, which was good for them. But even as they look ahead, and you know, is 2016 upon us? Yes, you had Rand Paul and Chris Christie here just a few moments ago. As you look ahead, you have to realize that there is something called the blue wall. I think that was a Ron Brownstein formulation some years ago. And that is a group of states, 18 states plus the District of Columbia, that have voted consistently for Democrats for the last 6 consecutive presidential elections. 18 plus District of Columbia. Together, they make up 242 electoral votes. That's only 28 short of what you need to win the presidency. So the Democrats, when you look at the country as a whole, have some built-in advantages. Have some of those strengths eroded over the perhaps over the last 2 years? Absolutely. We saw millennials are not as favorable toward the president as they were. Latinos have backed off some. But still, the Democrats have some built-in strengths that you have to remember. You can't overread these elections.
Ari, let me ask you something. I mean, you were/are in the business of making sure that the Republicans put out the right message. You just saw Rand Paul. You just saw Chris Christie. Arguably, you don't have better than that. Maybe a couple of governors you may have that are strong. Why do they answer the question about 2016 the way they do? It's such a tired answer. Nobody buys into that
Chris,
answer.
no Republican presidential candidate will ever announce their candidacy on CNN. Sorry to say it that way, but there's a rollout to these things, and you need to do it in a way that appeals to Republican primary voters.
But if you want to be authentic and you want people to believe in you, they know you're playing.
When you are running for president, you design a rollout of how you're going to announce your candidacy, and there's nothing wrong with that. So I take no blame for them for doing it that way.
All
Look,
right.
I count some 12 Republicans who are going to run for president who are actively talking about it. 6 sitting governors, 1 or 2 former governors, 3 sitting senators, 1 former senator, and 1 doctor.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
That's
Who else you got?
the size of our field.
Wow, that's some field.
Keep your eye on the governors.
Yes.
Those are the strength of the Republican Party. Walker and Kasich are the 2 that I think are the most intriguing right now.
People have talked about
only
them.
3 non-governors have been president in the last century, too. So.
And it's not just Republicans who are being coy about running, Lisa, as I don't have to tell you, Hillary Clinton is also being coy. But what do you think last night and what happened last night says about Hillary Clinton moving forward in 2016, if anything?
Well, I think David painted an accurate picture, right? So the presidential election tends to, at least in recent years, the electoral landscape seems to bode well for the Democrats. I think, she's going to take her time and make her decision on her own timetable. So are all the rest of them. I think Martin O'Malley has an interesting choice ahead of him. He's quite active on the ground in Iowa, we're told. And I think you'll see Vice President Biden's got some decisions to make. Now, remember, he's been out there publicly this week saying this White House is willing to compromise. So he's gone out on a limb. I think that'll be interesting to see if this White House and this vice president and president will compromise with the Republicans. Will the Republicans compromise? But, looking ahead to 2016, I think it's wide open for these folks to decide their own timetables. I think Hillary Clinton will probably come under some pressure on the heels,
That's all we talk about
to
on
make a
this show,
decision
whether or not
sooner
she's gonna run.
rather than later.
We have a segment named that.
Yeah, Gloria, I want to bring in Gloria Borger because you sat down with Vice President Biden this week, and he shared his thoughts on all of this.
Yeah, he did. He did say there is a need to compromise, but he said something else which was kind of stunning to me, which is we have to learn how to communicate better, as if in anticipation of what occurred last night was a communications problem. Yes, they may have a communications problem at the White House, but that's not what last night was about. Last night was not about communicating. Last night was about repudiating. And when you saw the governorship of the state of Maryland or Illinois go Republican, you have to sort of scratch your head and say, wait a minute, this message from the public was angry. There was a lot of steam there. And what they want is a government, and I'm not saying they're calling for bipartisanship necessarily. What they're calling for is competency. And what that means is getting things done for them because they don't feel that Washington has been working for them. And insofar as Hillary Clinton looks like an insider from Washington, that doesn't really help her. Now, if Republicans blow it and don't get anything done and don't act like a governing party, that would help Hillary Clinton. But, everybody who's running has to take a look at what occurred last night and say, wait a minute, the message here is that I have to be part of getting things done and the solution rather than being an obstructionist, no matter which party you're in.
Well, Greg Anthony, it's good to have you on the panel because you've been talking about this consistently, about politics over the course of the year and certainly this election. When you look at this kind of result, you don't get caught up in the individual horse races. You get caught into the vibe of where people are and what they need going forward. What do you think that will be?
And I think that's a great point. Two parts. One, we talked about the governorship and the fact that you've had some blue states turn red, but also keep an eye on, focus on what happened in Colorado and Iowa.
Right.
I mean, those are two bellwethers, two states that the president carried in 8 and 12 that went red. And so that is a distinct message that's being sent. Secondly, Republicans have a great opportunity over the next 2 years to do what leaders have to do, which is you should be the one reaching across the aisle, finding common core ground that you can come up with solutions to some of the problems. People are talking about 2016. You better focus on 2015 and 16 before and have some real concrete substantive issues that are addressed. Immigration policy has to be addressed before we get to election. I don't think we can wait that long. The economy, we talk about the low unemployment, but the fact that the vast majority of those jobs are not full-time jobs. The middle class, the shrinking middle class that we've seen over the last 8 to 10 years, that's an issue for Democrats and Republicans. So I think we need to see those problems starting to be solved. And I think that's what this election was all about. People are tired of the bickering, but like Gloria said, they want solutions now. They don't want people who are going to be there just to obstruct.
And here's the calculation for the president. He wants to issue an executive order on immigration. He's been talking about it. If he does that now, is that so in the face to Republicans that he can't get anything done with them later on? I think this has got to be viewed as a whole package here, because they can get something done on corporate tax reform. They can get something done on infrastructure. The big question is, what will the president do with his pen on immigration, and when will he do that?
Yes, can I
go ahead, David.
I wanted to learn more about the president's intentions, Mitch McConnell's intentions this afternoon when they both speak. We're all looking forward to that. But in terms of governance, there's one bright spot that hasn't gotten much attention so far, and that is the growing power of women in this coming Congress. The Center on Women in Politics at Rutgers has reported now, for the first time ever, we're going to have 100 women in the House of Representatives. That's a threefold increase over what we've seen in recent years. That's a big change, and what we know from history is that the women who've been in Congress recently in the House and the Senate, especially in the Senate, have been more anxious to work across the aisle. So even as we talk about these left, right, red, blue, there's also some gender changes here that may be very hopeful for the prospects of governance.
What David's talking about with the women in Congress, it's fascinating to watch, and Gloria knows this. These women get together. They get together for dinners, lunches. It's bipartisan, and they figure out ways to do things together. It's a fascinating dynamic.
They have no place in Washington then. They need to leave today.
Actually, maybe the women will change Washington. But one thing, though, I want to add, though, is one thing we haven't talked about. We've heard a lot about the money in these races, but the field game. Where was the field game in these races? Something the Democrats have really mastered over the past several years under Obama. And I think we ought to take a look at that and see what's going to lead there to 2016.
Let me go back to the future and what's next for President Obama. The worst thing he could do, picking up on your theme about people want to work together, is pass executive orders now on immigration. And I'm for comprehensive immigration reform, always have been. But if the president tries to do this by fiat with executive powers from the Oval Office, he will infuriate much of this country and Republicans, and he will ruin and poison his next 2 years. We've been here before. George Bush had a similar thing happen to him in 2006. As a former governor, he knew he had to work with the legislature. They passed energy legislation. That's why daylight savings times begins as late as it does. He passed a deal, actually, to get congressional authorization for the wiretapping that's in place. He was able to work with the Democrats. Can President Obama work with Republicans?
Panel, we have to leave it there. Gloria, sorry about that. We have to leave it there. We're going to have more interviews. It's great to have your expertise with us this morning. Great to see you guys. All right, he knocked Eric Cantor from his majority leader perch in a primary. Now he's officially headed to Washington. We will speak with newly elected Virginia Congressman Dave Brat. He stunned the political world with his primary victory over Majority Leader Eric Cantor. It was less dramatic last night for Republican Dave Brat, but victorious nonetheless. And Congressman-elect Dave Brat joins us now. Good morning, Congressman-elect.
Hey, morning, Allison. Thanks for having me on.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So you've had a couple of stunning victories here. First, you shocked everybody by beating Eric Cantor. Then, am I right that last night voters in your district had to cast 2 ballots for you to win?
Yeah, that's right. Eric graciously stepped down, and so I had to run for a special election that gets me through the end of the year and then the normal 2-year term coming up. So, yeah, lucky enough to win two in one night, legally.
Are you some sort of mathematical whiz, or I rarely have people had to win as many votes in such a short time frame as you to get to Washington?
Yeah, no, I just think I live in a very unique district. We have, James Madison up in the Northwest and Patrick Henry, and it just runs in the veins. And so people wanted a change, and so I have a background in ethics and economics, and I think we articulated a clear vision across the board on, Obamacare, the debt we're passing on to the kids, and securing the border. And I think that message resonated.
So let's talk about that change that you say voters wanted, because it does seem to have been illustrated last night. What are you planning to change when you get to Washington?
Yeah, well, I'm a free market economist, and so I study, Adam Smith, the founder. We've had a 200-year run that's made us the envy of the world. And so we need to look very carefully at what that is, what that's made up of. And so I think the antithesis of that is, kind of the top-down central planning, the best example is Obamacare, right? And so that system was theoretical. Now the bill is coming in everybody's mailbox. And so it's moved to the kitchen table. People can't afford the mandate system, their premiums, the $5,000 deductibles. And so now, I ran on that, securing the border, et cetera. And the folks are finally seeing the reality of bad decision making. And so I think we had the wave last night for all of those reasons.
And one of the things that we've heard this morning over and over again is that what voters are looking for now is compromise. Do you feel as though you will be able to compromise when you get to Washington, D.C., or do you feel as though you have a different mandate?
No, I mean, I've spent my life as a free market economist in academia, so I know how to compromise, and I've worked in the General Assembly on education issues and here in Virginia for years. Compromise is a good thing, but when you have $18 trillion in debt passing on to the kids, I think the compromise has to be in one direction. And so I think the American people are agreed on that. And so if you have folks, my opponent and others on the other side of the aisle want the spending to still go up. So for the welfare of this country, we have to compromise, but the numbers have to go down, or we're going to find ourselves in another financial crisis a la 2007. And we can't go in that direction anymore.
Well, Congressman-elect Dave Bratt, we appreciate you taking time for us this morning. Best of luck to you, and we'll look forward to seeing what you do when you get to Washington.
Awesome. Thanks, Allison.
Thanks so much. It's been quite a morning here. Yep. Thanks.
A lot more to go. A lot of news.
Thanks for joining us this morning. We have much more election coverage on CNN. It is time now for Newsroom with Carol Costello.
Thanks a lot. Have a great day. Newsroom starts now. And good morning. I'm Carol Costello. Thank you so much for joining me. A tidal wave of voter anger washes across the United States, and Republicans surf that tsunami to some game-changing victories. Here's where we stand this morning. Republicans gained 7 new seats in the Senate, at least 14 in the House, and wrestle away the governor's offices in 4 states. Take a look at this. This was the balance of power yesterday. The president's party in power with 53 seats, and this is after the election. The GOP seizes the Senate and now has full control of both houses of Congress. Here's how the political landscape has changed. From Senate Democrats holding power in blue and yellow states before the election. Now watch the transformation to red as states switch allegiances to Republican candidates. It may even be more striking in the governor races. Here is yesterday's color-coded breakdown based on the 2012 elections. And you're going to see the changeover to red, I hope, sometime soon. President Obama awakens this morning to a hostile Congress, a disenchanted public, and the threat of a lame duck presidency stifling his last 2 years in office. We're covering all the results and all the angles. Let's begin with the big picture and Chief Political Correspondent Candy Crowley.
It was both quicker and broader than they dared hope, so the grand old party was big-time giddy over their big old victory.
We are fixing to retake the Senate. and to retire Harry Reid as Majority Leader. I heard a rumor that there was a Capitol maintenance man headed to Harry Reid's office now with a screwdriver and a new sign for the door.
From the Great Smoky Mountains of North Carolina,
we have swept this nation with a compelling Senate majority.
To the Rockies in Colorado and the farm fields of Iowa.
We are heading to Washington. And we are going to make them squeal.
Republicans not only took control of the Senate, they strengthened their grip in the House. This will change everything. Or this may change nothing.
I don't expect the president to wake up tomorrow and view the world any differently than he did when he woke up this morning. He knows I won't either.
When Tuesday evening began to take shape, Republicans suggested maybe now the president will start working with them, to which a White House advisor said the question is whether Republicans will work with the president. If voters were hoping for an adult conversation, this wasn't it. There's also the matter of interpreting the vote.
I think Georgians made it loud and clear tonight that we want to stop the failed policies of this administration and Harry Reid.
And it can be heard loud and clear in the White House, I believe, that this president's agenda just isn't working for West Virginia.
Though exit polls show an electorate beyond grumpy, the White House, in the initial stages of grief, denied the night was a rejection of the president's policies. And election results are like Rorschach tests for the ears. Republicans heard voters say, stop the president. Democrats heard, work with him.
They want a Congress that works with the president to solve problems.
They want to hire folks to go to Washington that can work across party lines.
So maybe Republicans will spend their time sending an unbending president legislation he will veto, setting up the next election, which is already underway.
I think in Kentucky it's really a repudiation of the president's policies, but also of Hillary Clinton.
Or maybe Republicans will want to show they can lead, and the president, in the twilight of his administration, will want to enhance his legacy, and they'll work together to meet their dovetailing needs. Tuesday night, the White House announced the president had invited congressional leaders to the White House Friday for a chat. We shall see. Candy Crowley, CNN, Washington.
We shall see. For New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, last night's victories could be seen as proof that all of his hard work paid off. He traveled to some 36 states, stumping for candidates like Florida's Rick Scott and Wisconsin's Scott Walker, both of whom won big. Could his success in the midterms give Christie the boost he needs to make a play for the White House in 2016? Here's what Governor Christie said about that earlier on CNN's New Day.
What is your timetable for when you're going to decide?
You know, sometime next year. There's no rush in making this kind of decision. And I think there's no reason to rush a decision as important as this. You know, I've said it all along. There's three questions I'll ask myself. Is it right for me? Is it right for my family? Is it right for my country? And if I don't answer yes to all three, I won't run. And if I do answer yes to all three, then I will.
You care about your party. Everybody says that this was important to you to show that you could give a message in as many states as possible where governors would be helped by it. It worked. Yeah. That's got to tell you something about your ability to message. You know that your party is pushing you towards getting more involved in this. How do you say no?
Well, I don't know that you do say no, but I haven't said yes, and that's a big difference. And I'm flattered. I mean, you ask how you react to it. It's incredibly flattering, Chris, to have lots of people ask you to consider running for president of the United States. And I'm incredibly flattered. But this morning, what I feel is incredible pride in really great candidates across the country.
It is safe to say it was a rough night, though, for the White House. Overnight, President Obama phoned members from both parties. He is expected to make his first public comments at a news conference later this afternoon. The big question, what Republican control of the House and Senate will mean for the president's last 2 years in office. Let's bring in CNN's senior White House correspondent, Jim Acosta. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Carol. That's right. President Obama, his aides say, is now in the fourth quarter of his administration, but it could be a short fourth quarter, Carol, because as you just heard from Chris Christie, we're already talking about 2016, and he is now, the president, a lame duck. Also a wounded duck this morning after what happened in those midterms last night. I talked to a White House official earlier this morning who said that the president on down, they do get the results. They are clear-eyed about these results in last night's midterms, but that they have been preparing for the outcome of a GOP-controlled Congress. White House Chief of Staff Dennis McDonough has been quietly reaching out to interests across Washington over the last several weeks to prepare for this. So they do feel ready for what's going to happen here in the next several weeks here in Washington, according to White House officials. But Carol, I think this press conference this afternoon is going to be very telling. The president holding a formal press conference in the East Room of the White House at about 3 o'clock this afternoon. He's going to be asked about all of these questions. Was it a shellacking? He'll have to come up with a new word for that, Carol. But no question about it, this goes way beyond, I think, what a lot of Democrats were imagining. They were talking about, and they're still talking about this morning, that they were fighting on Mitt Romney's turf, that they were trying to win in states that traditionally go for Republicans like Arkansas and North Carolina. But, Carol, they lost a governor's race in Maryland, where the president had been campaigning. They lost in Iowa. Now Iowa has 2 Republican senators. This is a state that put President Obama on the map in 2008. And so they really are going to have to go back, the entire Democratic Party, and put the pieces back together and see what they can do for 2016. In terms of trying to get things done up on Capitol Hill, it's anybody's guess. White House officials telling me over the last 24 hours, they want to see what Republicans want to do. Do they want to compromise? They feel like the well was poisoned in terms of relations with Congress up on Capitol Hill, Republicans in the House, way before these midterms last night. And so all of that is going to play out when we see these congressional leaders over at the White House on Friday, Reid, Pelosi, McConnell, and Boehner. Can they put together any kind of compromises for the years ahead here? It is going to be very interesting to watch, Carol.
It certainly is. Jim Acosta, thanks so much. Jim Acosta reporting live from the White House. The Republican tidal wave washed GOP candidates into office, but President Obama can claim a small victory in support for one of his signature issues. Voters in 4 states approved raising the minimum wage. Arkansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, and Alaska all agreed to hikes at a statewide level and to varying degrees. CNN Chief Business Correspondent Christine Roman is here to explain. Good morning.
It really passed with a great margin when you look at how the vote turned out in these states. In Illinois, where it's just an advisory issue on the ballot, but 67% of people voting in Illinois said they supported a $10 minimum wage. Arkansas, 65%. Nebraska, 59%. South Dakota, Alaska. Those are red states, Carol. Those are states that went for Republican candidates, but they went for one of President Obama's signature economic programs, and that is he wants to raise the minimum wage. He hasn't been able to do it on the federal level, but the states are doing it instead. We now have 29 states where the minimum wage is higher than the $7.25 federal level. 29 states. What that means is the states are doing what they haven't been able or don't want to do in Congress and in Washington. Very, very fascinating, and I think you're going to see more states doing that in the months and years ahead.
So you don't see Republicans who are serving in federal offices changing their minds?
No, 71% of Americans, according to our most recent polling, support a higher minimum wage. There are business interests who are really pushing Republican candidates, saying, don't support this because, look, it's going to be harder for us. We're going to have to pay more. We don't support it. But overall, you're seeing a majority of people want a higher minimum wage. I think the states will take this. This will not be something you'll see come out of Washington. Now the states are firmly doing this. But in Washington, there is room for the president and this new Republican majority to work on corporate tax reform, to work on infrastructure maybe. The key now is to find where they have that common ground. It won't be minimum wage, but where they have that common ground and where they can try to get something done for the American people over the next 2 years.
Because the American people really want that, and they certainly showed that in their vote yesterday. Christine Romans, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Still to come in the newsroom, voters angry at Obama and Republican leaders in Congress. So what inspired so many to help the GOP seize control of the House? Is the country tilting ever more right? We'll talk about that next.
So tonight, I pledge you this. Whether you're a coal miner in eastern Kentucky who can't find work, or a mom in Paducah who doesn't understand why the government just took away her family's health insurance, I've heard your concerns. I've made them my own. You will be heard in Washington.
It took less than a country minute to declare Republican Mitch McConnell the winner in Kentucky, and less than 24 hours for Democrats to acknowledge they suffered a bloodbath. So what does it mean? Does it mean more Americans have shifted right? Let's look at the numbers. These are from our exit polls. 60% of voters are angry at both the president and GOP leaders. 40% of voters say they're moderate. 36% say they're conservative. Not exactly a ringing endorsement for either party. So again, what does it all mean? Ron Brownstein is a CNN senior political analyst and editorial director for the National Journal, and Crystal Wright is editor and blogger for conservativeblackchick.com. Welcome to both of you.
Good morning.
Thanks, Good morning. Ron, how would you characterize the electorate at this point?
I think we are living in an era of nationalized quasi-parliamentary elections in which the individual candidates matter relatively less than in the past, and attitudes about which party you want to see controlling things matters more. And in that environment, the driving force are perspectives about the president. And Democrats try to avoid President Obama, try to keep him out of the state. He was on the ballot with him anyway. In the exit poll, 87% of the people who approved of Obama's performance voted Democratic in the House races. 83% of the people who disapproved voted Republican. Virtually every state where his approval rating was below his national average, Democrats lost the Senate race. That is the driving force in modern politics, and it was a big wave again, as in 2010.
Interesting. So Crystal, another interesting exit poll stat. Voters actually have a slightly more favorable view of Democrats, not by much, but that, of course, didn't help because Republicans largely won. So what does that say about voters?
Well, voters at the same time, Carol, overwhelmingly, all the polls I've seen, the Wall Street Journal poll from yesterday and today, about 67% of Americans think the president is taking the country in the wrong direction. And like Ron said, these midterms were very much about President Barack Obama's policies that Americans feel have failed, whether you're a Democrat or Republican. So he was very much on the ballot, whether it was the poor rollout of Obamacare, an economy that's, you have an economy that's weighed down by not enough jobs. I mean, the unemployment rate is going down because people have said, hey, I give up finding a job. And you have people who want to be fully employed instead of part-time employment. And I think, the minimum wage debate, the reason why you're seeing on the state level so many Americans voting for increase in the minimum wage is because they've seen stagnant wages. And I think Republicans need to do a better job of saying, hey, but look, here's the consequence of raising the minimum wage. So I think if we want to say that the country, I'm not so sure the country is right of center. I think Americans want jobs. And we know that Republicans, that has been something that in the House, Speaker Boehner, under his leadership, has passed dozens upon dozens of job-creating bills that languish in the Senate. So I think it's really more about This was an election about a referendum on Obama's policies and really the lack of an economy that is offering prosperity.
I think it was more on his leadership abilities, because everybody wants a strong leader. At work, right? You want your boss to choose a direction, whether you agree with it or not. Give me a direction and I'll follow it. And you didn't really get that from President Obama, Ron.
Yeah, well, when you get to the 6th year of a presidency, presidents often look like they have run out of steam, and that's why the 6th year election is often very bad. 9 of the last 12, the president's party has lost significant number of seats in both chambers. The message on issues is complex here, because on the one hand, a number of specific issues did pretty well in the exit poll. Almost 60% said they supported a pathway to legal status for people who are here undocumented. 58% said climate change was a problem. Healthcare was even a 50-50 divide. But I agree with Crystal on the big overriding issues of both the economy and terror. There was a lot of anxiety, and this election reaffirmed what I think has been clear throughout the Obama presidency. He simply is not convinced most of the white middle class that they will benefit from activist government. Carol, this was the 3rd election in a row where Democrats lost 60% of white voters in the congressional elections. That is the most they've ever lost, and it's hardening.
So Crystal, what do Republicans need to do now?
Well, I think Senator, now the majority leader, Mitch McConnell, he has shown in the past, remember, Carol, it was Mitch McConnell who showed leadership and brokering deals to end the shutdown, the fiscal cliff. So I think Mitch McConnell is going to have to continue to be a man of his word and pull together a disparate coalition in the Senate. Ted Cruz talking about repealing Obamacare. Well, come on, guys. You're not going to repeal Obamacare. It's not veto proof. But at the same time, the onus is on the president. President President Obama enjoyed a majority when he first came into office. He pushed Obamacare through without a Republican vote. And so now, I hope this afternoon, the president stands up and says, instead of saying he's going to use his pen with executive order and veto everything, that he's going to, for once, work across the aisle. The onus shouldn't just be on the Republicans having to reach across the aisle. Mitch McConnell has shown in the past he has reached across the aisle and worked with the president. That's what needs to happen. And I think, as House Majority Leader McCarthy said, Kevin McCarthy, if the Republicans can't show some progress in 2 years, we're going to be in real trouble in 2016, and I think you're going to see a reversal of fortune.
All right, I got to end it there. Ron Brownstein, Crystal Wright, thanks to both of you. I appreciate your insight as always. Still to come in the newsroom, the Louisiana Senate race goes into overtime. Democrat Mary Landrieu faces a runoff with her Republican challenger. CNN's Ed Lavandera is in Baton Rouge this morning.
Good morning, Carol. Well, those two candidates. Oh.
We have 32 more days. This is not over yet.
So, Congressman Cassidy, I look forward to this race. I've wanted to run it my whole life. So let's get on with it.
Democratic Senator Mary Landrieu vowing to fight on in a runoff with Republican challenger Bill Cassidy. CNN's Ed Lavandera is covering the Louisiana Senate race from Baton Rouge. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning, Carol. Well, as you heard there, another month of campaigning for this Senate race here in the state of Louisiana. And it's interesting as you see the headlines of runoffs across the state. It's a very close race. In the end, Mary Landrieu ended up with 42% of the vote. Bill Cassidy, 41%. But many pundits say that the candidate who has the uphill road in this Senate runoff is Mary Landrieu, because there was a third candidate, a Republican candidate who was the Tea Party favorite, had gotten the support of Sarah Palin. He got about almost 15% of the vote. So the conventional thinking here is that a lot of those voters will move over and support Bill Cassidy in the runoff, and that's why many people say that Mary Landrieu has the uphill fight here. But she's back out campaigning, sending out emails this morning saying that she's going to start another tour across the state. But those candidates say it's another uphill battle that they have here for the next 30 days. Early December is when that runoff. Let's listen to a little bit of what they said last night to their supporters.
You, the people of Louisiana, tonight have sent the signal that you want a senator who represents Louisiana, not a senator who represents Barack Obama.
This race is not about who the president is, who the president was, or who the president will be.
And Carol, you know, I talked to several Republicans yesterday as they were watching the numbers come in. You will see that theme continue from Bill Cassidy. One Republican pollster that I talked to here in the state of Louisiana yesterday said Bill Cassidy isn't running against Mary Landrieu, he's running against Barack Obama. So expect a lot of that to continue as well. But what is interesting is that Mary Landrieu, who has been in office since 1996, this is her fourth Senate campaign. She's won two of those races in runoff. So this is not unfamiliar territory to her, so it'll be fascinating to watch over the course of the next month. Carol?
Indeed it will. Ed Lavandera reporting live for us this morning. Thank you. In Kansas, Senator Pat Roberts will return to Washington for a fourth term, but it wasn't easy for Roberts in either the GOP primary or in the general election. He was running against independent Greg Orman, who was doing quite well. CNN's Kian Law joins us now live from Shawnee, Kansas. Good morning.
Good morning, Carol. We're outside Greg Orman's campaign office, one of the campaign offices. And this was really the surprising story out of Kansas, that in a predictably red state, we saw the rise of an independent and a real contender. He appeared to be very, very close, too close to call for much of the night. He gave him a real run for the money. The problem and it was a persistent one in the last days of this election, is that he would not say definitively which party he would caucus with, the Democrats or the Republicans, if he were voted into office. And we saw that sort of bite him yesterday. Vice President Joe Biden, very surprisingly, in a radio interview, not even in Kansas, said that he believed Orman would be with the Dems. Now, the Orman campaign quickly shot that down, but it was too late. It quickly became a Republican robocall. Take a listen.
Vice President Joe Biden admitted that Greg Orman will become a Democrat in the U.S. Senate, even though Orman is denying it to Kansas voters. Listen to what Biden has to say in his own words.
We have a chance of picking up, an independent who will be with us in the state of Kansas.
Today is your last chance to stop the Obama-Reid agenda.
Now, we don't know what part that played in leading Senator Roberts to keep his job, but we know the outcome. He does get to keep his job. He's returning to Washington, and he won by a very comfortable margin of 8%. Carol.
All right, Ken Law reporting live for us this morning. Thank you. Still to come in the newsroom, the Georgia Senate race was expected to be neck and neck. In the end, it just wasn't.
The only reason I think we're standing here tonight is that this message resonated across the state that we've got to change the direction of our country. As a senator, I'm going to represent every single individual in this state, and to do that, I've got to reach out to people.
Coming up next, CNN's exclusive interview with Republican winner David Perdue. Good morning. I'm Carol Costello. Thank you so much for joining me. The White House is waking up to dismal news this morning with the GOP clinching key races across the country. Republicans now control both the House and the Senate. It was a big night for Republican governors, too, who won races in traditionally blue states like Massachusetts and even Maryland. In states like Wisconsin, the governorship will remain in GOP hands. In Georgia, Governor Nathan Deal defeated Democrat Jason Carter, but it was the state's Senate race that had everyone talking. It was expected to be one of the tightest in the country, but in the end, Republican David Perdue sailed to victory, defeating Democratic rival Michelle Nunn. Last night, in an exclusive interview, CNN's Kira Phillips had a chance to talk with Perdue about his big win.
We had people tell us a year ago that if we got our message out, that we could win this. And so we just purposed to get out in the state, and that's what we did. You know, we had some really talented, quality people in our primary, Republican primary. In the runoff, I had Jack Kingston. The only reason I think we're standing here tonight is that this message resonated across the state that we've got to change the direction of our country.
And as you know, Michelle Nunn was very critical, saying, oh, he's the out-of-touch businessman. All he cares about is the money in his pocketbook. What does this say about how voters feel about you and what happened tonight? The message to her and what she was saying.
Well, you know, she's a great candidate. She comes from a great family. She's done a wonderful job with her life and her work. I have nothing but, you know, kudos, and I admire her professional work. They do great work over there. I think you can't run from your heritage. My mother is 88. She's in the crowd here. She's a retired school teacher. My dad was a school teacher. And I think just growing up the way most people in Georgia grow up, people related to that in the state. And so, yeah, I ran some big companies, but nothing changed in my life. And so I think people could relate to that when I talk to them about you know, what I wanted to do in the Senate and what I saw as the crisis. The crisis that got me in here is the debt and the economy and how to get that going. So people really related to that.
Republican Senator Rand Paul is weighing in on last night's elections, too. He says the GOP wins in places like Kentucky, Iowa, and Arkansas indicate the American people are fed up not with just President Obama, but with Democrats like Hillary Clinton, who stumped on the campaign trail this season. Some might say, well, I suppose those some are Democrats. They say he's rubbing in last night's wins. Take a look at this album Paul posted on Facebook. You can see pictures there of Hillary Clinton alongside candidates with the hashtag Hillary's Losers. As for whether Paul plans to run for the White House, he says he's weighing his options.
I don't have a great desire to do it just on a lark. I would only do it if I thought that we had a real chance at the nomination and at winning. So we'll make that decision sometime in the spring. I think I've been more forthright than many. I haven't demurred. I haven't said, not me, I'm not thinking of it. We've actively said we are thinking about it.
Republicans have a lot to celebrate this morning, but they're realistic too. Haley Barbour, the former RNC chair, told the Wall Street Journal, quote, "This election was a repudiation of President Obama and his policies. The voters did not embrace us, but they said, we're going to give you a chance to do better." So let's talk about that with Sean Spicer. He's the communications director for the RNC. First off, Sean, congratulations.
Thanks, Carol. It was a great night.
How are you feeling this morning?
I'm a little tired, but the wins of last night and that it continued into this morning, it's just pure adrenaline right now.
Oh, I bet. Let's go back to what Haley Barbour says, because the real work begins today. Haley Barbour said voters did not embrace Republicans, but voted against President Obama and his policies. How do you get voters to put their arms around Republicans?
Well, I think Haley's right that we have an opportunity now. We've talked about the different direction that we take the government, both at the state and the federal level. And I think we have an opportunity now to show the voters that when we talk about focusing on the economy, when we talk about focusing on education, that we mean it. And that you're going to see a lot of activity coming out of Congress and coming out of different state houses that are looking to improve the economy, create jobs, create a better America for folks, whether it's at the federal or the state level. So we got to prove that we were worthy of the vote last night.
President Obama has already reached out to Senator Mitch McConnell, the man who will likely lead the Senate. Can we expect the two men to talk soon and come to some sort of common ground?
Well, I'm definitely going to expect the leaders to talk. But I think, look, the president himself said that his policies were on the ballot. And so last night, to some degree, was a repudiation of those policies. I think he's got to eat some crow, if you will, and say, okay, guys, I put my policies on the line. You won. Let's find some areas where you think we can work together. But there are 300 and some odd bills sitting on Harry Reid's desk that didn't get moved. A lot of them are bipartisan. That's a great place to start. And to say to the president, hey, there's a lot of things that folks in your party want to get done. What if we start moving those first? And you, as a sign of good faith, sign some of these things into law that'll get the economy moving again, which is something that you actually have talked about wanting to do yourself.
There is some concern there will be friction within the Republican ranks. Senator Ted Cruz, for example, he's not exactly enthusiastically supporting Mitch McConnell for majority leader. Listen to what he told CNN.
Will you support Mitch McConnell as your leader in the United States Senate?
Well, that'll be a decision for the conference to make, and that'll be decided next week. But I'll tell you, tonight was a terrific night for Republicans. It was a powerful repudiation of the Obama agenda, the Obama economy, which isn't working.
There are Republicans who worry about this. They say, hey, here's our chance to show we can govern. And here's a fellow Republican who's already threatening dissent within the ranks. What do you say to Senator Cruz?
Well, look, I think that right now, as Senator Cruz pointed out, we had a great win. I think the senators and the senators-elect are going to get together, talk about an agenda, and iron things out. Look, this happens in every party, Carol. You know that after the last election, Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama had gone at it. She ended up serving as a Secretary of State, and they became fine friends, as has been well documented. So I think that we're going to have a big family discussion. There's no question about it. But at the end of the day, I think that our party went into this election knowing that if we were given the opportunity to lead, that we would come together and move forward with an agenda that would be in the best interest of America. So I do think there's going to be a very healthy and lively debate in both the House and the Senate conferences and throughout the rest of the party as we head now into 2016. That's a good thing. I think that we should be having those discussions. But what you saw last night was when the Republican Party is unified, we win all over this country, whether it's Maryland, Illinois, Massachusetts. So as a united party, we can win. Now we have to show not only the American people, but our own party that we can follow through on what we said we were going to do.
Sean Spicer, thanks for being with me this morning, because I know you're a little tired, but again, congratulations and thanks so much.
Thanks, Carol.
Still to come in the newsroom, riding the red tidal wave, sitting Republican governors and challengers in blue states score resounding victories. CNN's John King breaks it all down for us next.
you know what they say about democracy? It's messy, but it's absolutely the best form of government there is. Tomorrow, however, marks a new day. It's time to put all the division behind us and come together.
Florida's Rick Scott staying in the State House as the Republican rout extends to the governor's race as CNN's John King breaks it down. Good morning, John.
Good morning to you, Carol. Look at the map. These are the governor's races. Notice a trend? There's a lot of red there, right? Let's look at the House races last night. Even more red there, right? And the Senate races, a whole lot of red in the big contest. But let's focus on those governor's races you just mentioned. First and foremost, let's look at what the Republicans are so happy about this morning. Wins in blue states. The Republicans elected a new governor in Massachusetts, defeating Martha Coakley. They're very happy about that, replacing a Democrat there. In the state of Maryland, nobody thought, Carol, this one was on the map even just a week or so ago. And look, Larry Hogan, the Republican, with a convincing win over Maryland's Lieutenant Governor Anthony Brown there. 2 blue states there. And you move across and you look also out in Michigan, they held it. In Ohio, they held it. This is the president's home state. How many times did Michelle Obama go out to campaign for the Democratic incumbent Pat Quinn? He loses, and it's not even close, 51-46. So you look at the map and you have 3 big blue state pickups for the Republicans. What Democrats had hoped as the counter-argument would be that, well, this is an anti-incumbent sentiment. But what happens? Michigan's Republican governor wins re-election, and comfortably. Wisconsin's governor, this was a huge Democratic target. Scott Walker, wins. And again, this race was close in the polls. Scott Walker wins pretty convincingly. There are more and more. Ohio's John Kasich, you just mentioned. Rick Scott in a very close race holding on. So if you look at the map, some prized pickups for the Republicans, Carol. They held their own and defended it. And look, the president has to worry every day about the House and the Senate, but it's governors who implement the health care law. It's governors who implement a lot of federal policies. So Republicans are just as happy, if not in some cases more happy about this map than the federal map.
Perhaps, John, the most surprising victory came in Maryland, a very blue state, and a Republican won the governor's chair. How did that happen?
Carol, you've lived in this area. You know the state politics. Now, Maryland has had a recent Republican governor, Bob Ehrlich, not that long ago, so it does happen in the state. But this, Anthony Brown, was the lieutenant governor to Martin O'Malley, who's the sitting governor now, who's thinking about running for president in 2016. If you looked at all the polls in this race, this was nowhere on the map. Larry Hogan's a Republican real estate developer, and this is one of the things you look at now saying, whoa, what happened here? Well, certainly there was a Republican wave, and again, the question was, did we have an anti-incumbent wave? Was it an anti-Washington wave? You'd have to say, when you look at the results, especially in blue states like this, and it's convincing. He won in all the Republican counties, but he also held his own in places. Now, Baltimore City goes overwhelmingly Democratic, but when you pull out and look around in the suburbs of Baltimore, Larry Hogan is winning. This is not a close race. This is not a fluke. It's a convincing win for Republicans in a state that normally trends blue. That's a message election, Carol.
Yes, sir. John King, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Still to come in the newsroom, it may be a tough balancing act ahead for potential Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, and it's all thanks to some colleagues with presidential ambitions in 2016.
This is CNN Breaking News.
A bit of breaking news to pass along to you, and it's good breaking news. The Dow popped to a new record this morning following the sweeping victories by the Republican Party. Christine Romans joins us now, up 52 points.
I know. 17,440 was the highest the Dow has ever been during a trading day ever. So backed off that just a couple of points, but you're right there. Carol, it's utility stocks, consumer staple stocks, energy stocks, bank stocks. Financial stocks, get my drift here. Yeah. There are investors who think that there could be a pullback of regulation of some of those sectors, or at least maybe more industry-friendly policies because of a GOP-dominated House and Senate, and so that's why you're seeing that knee-jerk reaction in some of those stocks.
So, you've immersed yourself in the world of business and finance. So, will it make a difference that Republicans control both houses of Congress?
There is an opportunity here. There's an opportunity for the White House and for key Democrats and for this for Congress to do something on tax reform, to maybe find common ground on an infrastructure package. You know, the GOP has to show that it can do something something for the American people in the middle class so that it can get elected in 2016. That's what it wants, right? And the White House doesn't want to be a lame duck. They want to get stuff done, too. So there is legislative common ground they can find. I think on taxes and infrastructure would be my guess is the best way they can find that common ground.
So some workers won, too, because of last night's election. So your minimum wage was raised in 4 states.
In 4 states, and in Oakland, California, and in San Francisco, California. And when you do that math, 606,000 people got a pay raise last night. 606,000 people. Now, some of these are going to be averaged in just a little bit at a time. But when you're looking at some of these cities and some of these states, they are following the public polls that show 71% of people support higher minimum wages. It's a Democratic priority that has gone nowhere in Washington, but even in red states, voters are raising the minimum wage.
All right, Christine Romans, many thanks. I appreciate it. I'll be back in a minute. Now that the midterm elections are over, all eyes are already fixed on 2016, and presidential ambition could change the dynamic even more for Mitch McConnell and the new-look Senate. Tom Foreman has more for you.
As the majority leader, Democrat Harry Reid enjoyed a certain advantage in the Senate because his party also held the White House. That tends to tamp down the presidential ambitions of other people in the party. But Mitch McConnell, if he indeed becomes the majority leader, will not have that advantage. He will look out on an ocean of people with big presidential ambitions. Right across the chamber, he'll see his own fellow Kentucky Senator Rand Paul. Just last year, it was not clear at all that Rand Paul would even back McConnell for re-election, so there could be hard feelings about that. In the corner, Ted Cruz is back there. He gets a lot of headlines that Republicans have trouble managing, and he didn't even want to jump on board saying that he thinks McConnell should be the majority leader right now. Marco Rubio back there from Florida also has presidential ambitions. From outside the chamber, there are people like Paul Ryan from the U.S. House of Representatives, a lot of ideas about the economy and how to run the country. And what about all those governors and former governors, people like Bobby Jindal and Jeb Bush and Chris Christie and even Sarah Palin and Mike Huckabee? Put them all together, and what Mitch McConnell is facing is a lot of people who have a lot of ideas about what ought to be done with all of this newfound Republican power. And all of those ideas may have a lot more to do with their 2016 ambitions than they do with what McConnell would like to do here.
Tom Foreman reporting. The next hour of CNN Newsroom starts now.
Americans have seen that what the current crowd in Washington is offering is making us weaker both at home and abroad. They have had enough.
We have swept this nation with a compelling Senate majority. So somehow I think Senator Reid's going to have a different office assignment come January.
Tonight, Kansas stood up and said enough. Enough of the gridlock, enough of the failed leadership under President Obama and, yes, Harry Reid.
Thanks to all of you, we are heading to Washington. And we are going to make them squeal.
And good morning. I'm Carol Costello. Thank you so much for joining me. A tidal wave of voter anger washes across the U.S., and Republicans surf that tsunami to some game-changing victories. They thrashed the Democrats, gaining 7 new seats in the Senate, at least 14 in the House, and wrestle away the governor's offices in 4 states. The big takeaway, the GOP seizes the Senate and now has full control of both houses of Congress. This was the balance of power yesterday. The president's party in power with 53 seats, and as you can see in blue and gray, representing the interests of a broad cross-section of the country. Now watch the transformation to red as states switch allegiances to Republican candidates. It may even be more striking in the governor races. Here is yesterday's color-coded breakdown based on the 2012 elections. And here is the changeover from blue and gray states to red. President Obama awakens this morning to a hostile Congress, a disenchanted public, and the threat of a lame duck presidency stifling his last 2 years in office. We're covering all the results and all the angles. Let's begin with our chief congressional correspondent, Dana Bash. Good morning, Dana.
Good morning, Carol. Well, everybody on Capitol Hill who won last night, meaning top Democrats and top Republicans, are talking about working together now, making government work. That clearly was one of the top messages from voters, that they're just kind of sick of Washington not working. I mean, who isn't? But the question is whether or not that is realistic. I'm already hearing from administration sources that they want to work, but they're just not that optimistic that they can get big things done, like immigration reform, even though on the Republican side in Congress, they know that in order to win in 2016, the White House, in order to grow the Republican Party, that's the kind of tough compromise on issues like immigration they're going to have to do. At least those who are in leadership understand that. As for Mitch McConnell, the new majority leader, likely incoming majority leader, he told Time Magazine some of the things that he wants to do, the specifics. He said, I think we need to do everything we can to get America back to work. Some examples of things that we're very likely to be voting on: approving the Keystone Pipeline, repealing the medical device tax, trying to restore the 40-hour work week, and trying to get rid of the individual mandate. Well, the first two there are more likely than not issues that could pass: the Keystone Pipeline, repealing the medical device tax. Those have bipartisan support. But then you get to the last thing he talked about, repealing the individual mandate, that is Obamacare. Of course, any Republican majority is likely going to have to at least take a vote to show their base that they are going to do it in the Senate, just like they tried so many times in the House. But if that's the kind of thing that the Senate majority is going to do over and over again, like the House, there's not going to be a recipe for bipartisanship.
All right, Dana Bash reporting live from Washington this morning. Thank you. Well, it's safe to say it was a rough night for the White House. Overnight, President Obama phoned members from both parties. He is expected to make his first public comments at a news conference this afternoon. As for what the GOP sweep means for the president's last 2 years in office, just ask RNC Chair Reince Priebus.
It's a call to President Obama that he's going to have to start working with Republicans to get things done. And I think, obviously, with a Republican majority in the Senate, he's going to have no other option than to work with Republicans to get things done. Well, he should have been doing that for the past 5 years, and he hasn't been.
Let's bring in CNN senior White House correspondent Jim Acosta. Good morning, Jim. The president is expected to speak later this afternoon. What might he say?
Carol, I think we're all going to be looking for a change in tone. You know, last night, officials here at the White House were sounding very pugnacious that the president, no matter what happened last night, was going to go ahead and take executive action on immigration. Is that still going to be the case? That'll be one of the key questions for President Obama later on this afternoon when he holds that formal news conference in the East Room of the White House at around 3 o'clock this afternoon. And Carol, you know, they are still getting reacquainted, the president and Mitch McConnell. The president called the Senate majority, or the incoming Senate majority leader, last night, but could not connect. So he had to leave a message. So they're going to have to work on their communication over the next several days and weeks. But, you know, as for the prospects for getting things done up on Capitol Hill, you know, it really could be gridlock on steroids. And talking to White House officials last night, you know, the question has been asked, well, is the president going to take a more conciliatory tone? Is he going to be interested in compromise? We heard Vice President Joe Biden say that to Gloria Borger in recent days, that we want a compromise. I wasn't hearing that from White House officials. They were saying, essentially, what are the Republicans going to do to show that they're willing to compromise? They like to point out very quickly that House Speaker John Boehner had the chance to take up immigration reform, and he didn't do it. And so they feel like the president now has the latitude to take executive action in the coming weeks. But, you know, Carol, the other question I think that we're going to have to wait and hear to see the president answer this afternoon is exactly what his read is on what happened last night, because they were arguing yesterday that this was a bad map. That they were fighting on Mitt Romney's turf, trying to win in states like Arkansas and Louisiana and so forth. But then they ended up losing in states like Colorado and, you know, in losing gubernatorial races in the president's home state of Illinois. So this was a big, big wave for the Republicans, and they're still, frankly, a little shell-shocked over here at the White House, Carol.
All right, Jim Acosta reporting live from the White House this morning. Thank you. Remember, you can watch the president speak this afternoon. 2:50 Eastern will, of course, carry his remarks live. Even though the midterms are just hours old, the race for 2016 has definitely begun. The proof? Listen to Kentucky Senator Rand Paul, a man some observers think could be gearing up for a White House run himself.
The Clintons have long been represented as leaders of the Democrat Party. She's said to be the front runner for the nomination for their party. So really, elections are about who the leadership is in a party, and it's about either accepting or rejecting those leaders. And frankly, I think that yesterday was a repudiation of Hillary Clinton.
Paul even took to Facebook, where he posted a photo album of sorts with Clinton campaigning with candidates who lost. Paul's hashtag, Hillary's Losers. Joining me now, Hilary Sabato, director for the University of Virginia Center for Politics, and Peter Wehner, a former senior advisor for the Mitt Romney campaign and a senior fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center. Welcome, gentlemen.
Hi. Thanks,
Hi.
Carol.
Thanks for being here. Peter, I want to start with you. For all intents and purposes, some say Rand Paul possibly started his campaign last night. Is this really the time?
Well, I think he's actually started his campaign before last night, but it becomes somewhat more official. You know, it's fine. I mean, look, this is what happens every time after a second midterm. The people in the opposition party begin to maneuver, but that's really not what's most important for Republicans now. What's important now is that they're the governing party in America. They had gains in the Senate, the House, the governorships, the state legislature. They are the governing party in America, and now they have to act like it, and that means that during the next 2 years, they've not only got to put forward a governing agenda, but they have to demonstrate a governing temperament. The 2016 politics is going to sort itself out. I do suspect that probably the person that helped himself most may have been John Kasich with that overwhelming win in Ohio, and maybe Scott Walker. I think the governors had a great night.
Okay, so they'll be in the mix too. So Larry, I'll ask you that question, and keep in mind those two names, because it won't be long until Marco Rubio, Chris Christie, Ted Cruz, Jeb Bush, and Rick Perry start making more noise because they want to be president too, right? At least that's what a lot of analysts say. So will this all make it harder for Mitch McConnell to work with the president?
Well, I'm not sure that working with the president is all that high on his agenda. We're going to hear a lot of happy talk, you know, for a month or two. We always do after an election, and everybody sings Kumbaya. I think we've all been around the block enough to know that that's just not going to happen. The Republicans in the House and Senate will have enough trouble just working with each other, much less with the president that they simply disagree with on most basic issues. The ideological gap is enormous. The polarization is enormous. And President Obama is now fully a lame duck. This was a classic sixth-year itch election. It has made President Obama a weak president, at least in domestic matters, for his final 2 years. And so I would expect a lot of positioning by Congress, by the governors you mentioned who want to run for president, by the senators you mentioned who want to run for president. So, oh good, the next campaign has started, Carol. We don't have to get depressed because there isn't a campaign. There's one going on right now, and it will fully blossom in the next few months as candidates announce.
Larry, that is so cynical. Peter, are you quite that cynical?
Not quite as much. Look, it's the nature of American politics. It's always like that. I mean, one campaign ends and another one begins. But the reality is that you do have to govern, right? I mean, there is a president, there is a Congress, there are governors, and they've got to put forth legislation. So that's really what Republicans are going to be judged.
So what do you think, Peter, the first order of business should be? You know, Dana Bash mentioned, you know, eliminating Obamacare, but that's not going to happen because the president still has veto power. So will that be the first thing out of the gate, you think, or will it be something else?
Well, I think Obamacare is I think what's going to happen is going to be an effort at piecemeal, taking it apart, like the medical device tax, which you actually could get some Democrats to go along.
Well, there's bipartisan support for that. That's true.
There is bipartisan support for that. You have some smaller things like prison reform. Then there's some big things like tax reform. But Republicans shouldn't kid themselves. The president has a veto pen, and he may veto some things, and there is the filibuster. But what Republicans have to do is they have to put forward a governing agenda that's geared particularly for the middle class. And if they have to put it on the president's desk and he vetoes it, or Democrats filibuster it, they can't control that. What they can control is what they put forward. And I do think from Keystone Pipeline to tax reform to prison reform to trade issues to various parts of the Affordable Care Act, I think there's an actual agenda there. Higher education, there's some steps that can be taken. There are actually things on the shelf that Republicans can do.
Larry, I hope Peter is right, frankly, because I think people just want to get something done in this country. They don't like the gridlock. They want the two parties to come together. But you heard what Dana and Jim Acosta said. They don't really see the gridlock ending. From your perspective, what do you see?
I just heard a lot of happy talk, as I predicted. There'll be a lot more of it. I think that your correspondents are absolutely correct. Essentially, you're going to have more gridlock. It is going to deepen. It will be worse than it has been over the last couple of years, partly because a presidency is ending. And 2 years is a short time span, and most people in Congress realize they will be in Congress many years after President Obama has finished. So there'll be a lot of talk, and there'll be some things passed and then vetoed. There'll be some minor compromises on smaller issues, but that's not really what the American public voted for yesterday. They voted for a very different vision of government, and I doubt it's going to be shared enough by President Obama to produce much legislation.
Larry Sabato, Peter Wehner, thank you so much for your insight. I appreciate it. Still
Thanks.
to come in the newsroom. While the midterms mark the end for some high-profile campaigns, it's only the beginning down in Louisiana. CNN's Ed Lavandera is there. Good morning.
Good morning, Carol. Well, it's going into overtime down here in the Senate race. I'll have the details of what voters here in Louisiana should expect over the course of the next month when CNN continues.
In Louisiana, Democratic Senator Mary Landrieu is vowing to fight on in a runoff with her Republican challenger, Bill Cassidy. CNN's Ed Lavandera is covering the Louisiana Senate race from Baton Rouge this morning. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning, Carol. Well, it's not quite over here yet, even though the fate of the Senate and who controls the Senate has already been decided. There is one race here left in Louisiana to settle, and that is between incumbent Democrat Senator Mary Landrieu and Bill Cassidy, who's currently serving in the U.S. House, but is challenging Mary Landrieu. Many people here think that that because there was a second Republican candidate in this race, a Tea Party favorite, Rob Maness, who was also had gotten the support of Sarah Palin, he got about almost 15% of the vote yesterday. So many people, especially Republicans, wonder, had he not been in the race or had he dropped out, if Bill Cassidy could have won last night outright. But nonetheless, they move on. Bill Cassidy moving on against Mary Landrieu, and they will continue that theme. Many people here think that Bill Cassidy will continue, in the words of one Republican consultant I spoke with here in Louisiana, that he's not really running against Mary Landrieu. He's running against Barack Obama, and many people expect him to continue that theme. Let's listen to a little bit of what both candidates had to say last night as they spoke to their supporters.
You, the people of Louisiana, tonight have sent the signal that you want a senator who represents Louisiana, not a senator who represents Barack Obama.
This race is not about who the president is, who the president was, or who the president will be.
Look, Carol, all the signs point to Mary Landrieu really having an uphill fight here over the course of the next month. Polling showing that she, in a head-to-head race, she is trailing Bill Cassidy. And in fact, what's interesting is that with Bill Cassidy getting about just behind Mary Landrieu, 42 to 41% so far, that many people expect all those votes that went to the second Republican candidate, Rob Maness, to move over to him. And because of that, many people say Mary Landrieu really has an uphill fight. But it's interesting to note, Carol, Mary Landrieu has been in this position before. This is her fourth Senate campaign. 2 of those she won in a runoff. Carol?
We'll see. Ed Lavandera reporting live this morning. Thanks so much. Still to come in the newsroom, the Republican tidal wave washed GOP candidates into office, but President Obama can claim, well, a small victory. CNN chief business correspondent Christine Romans is here to explain.
Carol, that's right. Voters who supported overwhelmingly Republican candidates also overwhelmingly supported one of the president's signature items on his agenda.
Voters also went to the polls yesterday to decide a number of initiatives. Both Oregon and Washington, D.C. have approved sweeping efforts to legalize marijuana. In Alaska, the measure makes pot use legal for those who are over the age of 21. Voters in Washington state supported an initiative to tighten gun control. The movement was launched after the massacre of school children in Newtown, Connecticut. It will require background checks for buyers online and at gun shows. Republicans win big in the midterm elections. You know that by now. But in an odd twist, several red states also supported one of President Obama's signature issues. Voters in 4 states approved raising the minimum wage. Arkansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, and Alaska all agree to hikes at a statewide level and to varying degrees. CNN's chief business correspondent Christine Romans is here to explain.
And Carol, when you look at that chart, you can see by the degree to which they agreed to approve it, it was really high. They did look at that, 67% in Illinois. Now, Illinois, of course, it elected a Republican governor, but it is known as a blue state, and quite frankly, it's where President Barack Obama got his start in politics. In Illinois, 67% of people said they wanted to raise the minimum wage to $10 an hour. Now, that's a question that is just an advisory measure, but those other measures go into law. Those 4 other states, those red states, when you add that to San Francisco and Oakland yesterday raising the minimum wage, 606,000 people will get a bigger paycheck next year. 606,000 in San Francisco. That works out to about $2,800 extra a year for the typical minimum wage worker. Wow. That's real money. Now, businesses, of course, have long been against this. The Republican Party actually is against raising the minimum wage. They say it hurts small business owners. They also say next year is the first year for the employer mandate for Obamacare. It's not a good time to be raising wages. But the people think otherwise. 71% of people that we polled most recently said that they approve of raising the minimum wage, Carol.
So what do you expect to happen in Congress now?
You know, I don't think the minimum wage will be on the agenda, but I think there is a moment here for Republicans and the White House to find some common ground. And politically, they need to, right? Because the Republicans have to show they've done something for the middle class and the economy before 2016 when they want to elect a president, right? And the White House doesn't want to be a lame duck for the next 2 years. They want more legislation. I think infrastructure is a place they could find common ground. Please find common ground. And I think corporate tax reform and maybe even personal tax reform is a place that could be ripe for some common ground.
We'll see. Christine Romans, many thanks. I appreciate
You're welcome.
it. Still to come, last night's election is fueling speculation that New Jersey Governor Chris Christie is edging toward a bid for the White House. But how would his no-nonsense style go over with the larger American public?
What I found being in 37 states in the last 11 months is this country is much more alike than it is different. And, you know, people always say, well, will you play here or play in the South or, you know, any place other than New Jersey or New York? They think, well, you won't possibly play. It's wrong. It's just wrong. You know, I got great reaction from people all over this country in the last 11 months. And what they say to me most of the time is, we like the way you act like yourself. Be direct. Give them hell.
Coming up, what the GOP midterm sweep means for 2016. Good morning. I'm Carol Costello. Thank you so much for joining me. Now that the midterms are behind us, all eyes are on 2016. Among the list of possible White House contenders, New Jersey Governor Chris Christie. In total, Christie traveled to some 36 states along the campaign trail this season. Some might say his hard work has paid off. Big question now whether Christie plans to run for president following last night's GOP sweep. Here's what Christie said about that earlier on CNN.
What is your timetable for when you're going to decide?
You know, sometime next year. There's no rush in making this kind of decision. And I think there's no reason to rush a decision as important as this. You know, I've said it all along. There's 3 questions I'll ask myself. Is it right for me? Is it right for my family? Is it right for my country? And if I don't answer yes to all 3, I won't run. And if I do answer yes to all 3, then I will.
You care about your party. Everybody says that this was important to you to show that you could give a message in as many states as possible where governors would be helped by it. It worked.
Yeah.
That's got to tell you something about your ability to message. You know that your party is pushing you towards getting more involved in this. How do you say no?
Well, I don't know that you do say no, but I haven't said yes, and that's a big difference. And I'm flattered. I mean, you ask how you react to it. It's incredibly flattering, Chris, to have lots of people ask you to consider running for president of the United States. And I'm incredibly flattered. But this morning, what I feel is incredible pride in really great candidates across the country.
Okay, so let's talk more about 2016 with CNN's chief national correspondent, John King. Good morning, John.
Carol, one curtain closes, another opens, right? Look, if you're Chris Christie and you're looking at this map, this is the House races last night. If you're Chris Christie or any Republican thinking about running for president, you're looking at this map and you're saying, oh yeah, let's do it. This is a country favorable to us. But I want to remember, for Chris Christie and anybody thinking of running for president, and this applies to Hillary Clinton too, Carol, not just the Republicans, remember the whiplash we've been through in the last several years. Here's what I mean. Remember, it was just 6 years ago, President Obama trounced John McCain, wins a presidential electoral college landslide, right? So this is a Democratic country, right? At the presidential level, that's 2008. Then in 2010, you switch to the House races, the rise of the Tea Party, and we see, wow, look at this. America is red. It's not blue. Then you have 2012 and a presidential election. And yes, the president gave back Indiana and North Carolina to the Republicans, but he still won a more competitive race, but still a big electoral college landslide. And yet here we are in 2014. Here are the Senate races, a lot of red last night. And here's the map, I think, that says it all. America is largely a center-right country. A lot of liberals don't like that conversation, but look at the results. If you live here, you live in blue America. If you live on the California coast or the West Coast, you live in blue America. Most of New England is still blue America, but look at the rest of the country. So if you're Chris Christie, great, this looks favorable, right? The question is, Carol, what will voters want in 2 years, number one? How does Chris Christie fit in a Republican field that could include Tea Party favorite Ted Cruz? They don't agree on much. Rand Paul, maybe Jeb Bush. And look at the exit polls last night. Yes, this is a great day for Republicans. But the Republican brand did not get a big embrace. The voters repudiated the president and the Democrats. They did not hug and love the Republicans. So they will be looking now for governing performance from the Republicans. And the voters don't like anybody. And that's a message to all Republicans, whether you work in D.C. or whether you're one of these governors. One other quick point. Christie's likely to have some friends as governors out there. John Kasich won big in Ohio. Scott Walker won big in Wisconsin. So Chris Christie might be one Republican governor running. Former Governor Rick Perry might be out there. Mike Pence from Indiana. It's going to be a crowded Republican field because, again, on the morning after, Republicans look at this and they say, let's go.
John King, many thanks. I appreciate it. Still to come in the newsroom, David Perdue keeps his Senate seat from Georgia red in an exclusive interview. We'll have an exclusive interview from David Perdue after this.
I'm Ana Cabrera in Colorado, where the Senate race here ended up being a decisive one for Republicans. A victory for Republican Cory Gardner, who defeated incumbent Democrat Mark Udall. Now, Cory Gardner, in his victory speech, talked about a new way forward, a new direction in Washington, and that's the kind of message that really resonated with the voters here throughout the campaign. That Cory Gardner managed to stay very disciplined in his messaging. He was able to deflect the attacks on polarizing social issues such as women's reproductive rights, while also successfully tying the incumbent Democrat to Washington. Cory Gardner portraying himself as anti-Obama and anti-establishment. Now, here's why his victory is such a big deal on a national level. Not only does his seat help to flip the power in the U.S. Senate, but it also tells Republicans that they can win in a state like Colorado, where there is a growing population and growing diversity. So no doubt the GOP is going to be looking at Gardner's strategy and his success here as they look forward to the presidential election in 2016.
I'm Kyung La at a Greg Orman campaign office. The surprising political story out of Kansas, the rise of the independent. The independent giving the Republican incumbent for U.S. Senate a run for his money. But in the end, it was not to be. Senator Pat Roberts keeping his seat by a comfortable 8% margin. In the race for governor, the Democrat also had a fighting chance, but in the end, he also could not unseat the Republican. Governor Sam Brownback keeping his job as the head of this state. Kansas, typically a Republican state, decides to stay red.
A Senate seat stays red in Georgia. Republican David Perdue will take over for retiring Senator Saxby Chambliss. Despite some predictions there would be a runoff with Democrat Michelle Nunn, Perdue easily crossed the 50% threshold needed to avoid a runoff vote. CNN's Kira Phillips caught up with Perdue after his victory speech.
We had people tell us a year ago that if we got our message out that we could win this. And so we just purposed to get out in the state, and that's what we did. You know, we had some really talented, quality people in our primary, Republican primary. In the runoff, I had Jack Kingston. The only reason I think we're standing here tonight is that this message resonated across the state that we've got to change the direction of our country.
And as you know, Michelle Nunn was very critical, saying, oh, he's the out-of-touch businessman. All he cares about is the money in his pocketbook. What does this say about how voters feel about you and what happened tonight? The message to her and what she was saying.
Well, you know, she's a great candidate. She comes from a great family. She's done a wonderful job with her life and her work. I have nothing but, you know, kudos, and I admire her professional work. They do great work over there. I think you can't run from your heritage. My mother is 88. She's in the crowd here. She's a retired school teacher. My dad was a school teacher. And I think just growing up the way most people in Georgia grow up, people related to that in the state. And so, yeah, I ran some big companies, but nothing changed in my life. And so I think people could relate to that when I talk to them about, you know, what I wanted to do in the Senate and what I saw as the crisis. The crisis that got me in here is the debt and the economy and how to get that going. So people really related to that.
You did well with white voters, but not African Americans or women. Now that you are in this position, what are you going to do to change that, change the demographics?
Well, you know, one reason why I think we got here as a Republican nominee is that we pulled a very diverse Republican Party in the state of Georgia together. And it's those things, those principles that we were talking about, economic opportunity, fiscal responsibility, limited government, and individual liberty. And as long as I kept talking about that, people sort of, they came to that story, that message. And then we talked about the economy and the debt and the ideas about how to get people working again. That crosses a lot of lines. And so, you know, as a senator, I'm going to represent every single individual in this state.
And Perdue did circle back, and he did address the Democratic lob grenades about outsourcing during his business career. Listen.
And this was one of those distractions that from the other side, and they're good at it. They did it in the Romney campaign. You know, and I just think that it was a distraction away from the real crisis. The real crisis of the failed policies of this administration. You know, we have fewer people working as a percentage than any time since Jimmy Carter was president. That's what people wanted to talk about. You know, the fact that several million women fell into poverty in the last 6 years. People wanted to talk about that and how to get America working again. That's what I focused on.
This is your chance to set it straight. You didn't want to talk about outsourcing jobs. You were asked the question. You talked about outsourcing services, products. Just set the story straight now that you have taken this race.
Well, it's the same story I've been telling. I mean, the story is about all the jobs that we created and helped companies survive to help individuals take care of their families. You know, we have bad government policies in this country that have devastated entire industries. I'm going to Washington to work in a Senate that doesn't have a lot of business people in there to basically represent how these policies damage our competitiveness around the world.
Another Georgia race thought to be tight really wasn't. Republican Nathan Deal won re-election to governor over Democrat Jason Carter. So, with a change in power in the Senate, there will likely be some growing pains as the Republican Party takes over. Joining me now, former Wyoming Senator Alan Simpson, a Republican who knows all too well. He's been in the Senate for more than 20 years, and he has witnessed a number of party changes through the years. Good morning, sir.
How are you today? Can you hear me? I can hear you, yes.
I can hear you, and thank you so much for being with me this morning. I appreciate it. So,
you bet.
Is this a good thing that Republicans now control both houses of Congress?
It's a good thing if they do it right and don't give each other the saliva test of purity and go through the exercises on social issues and then sit around and complain. Stay with the course, and that's to govern. People are hungry for somebody to govern this country, and the president, you know, unfortunately, my old man was in the Senate, and he was a governor, and he said, if you're damned if you do and damned if you don't, then do. And this is where the president failed. He would talk to us and say something and eloquently and not do it. And it's over. The game is over. He's going to have to do, and now you've got the Senate And those rules on the filibuster now come back to kick the Democrats in the fanny. It'll be fun to watch. I can't wait.
Oh, I bet. I know you're being facetious there. I could hear it in your voice. You have also
I
said...
mean it. You know, when you try to
It'll be
change the
fun to
basic rules of the Senate just to get power, and that's what Reid was doing. Harry Reid is an old prize fighter. I know him. He's a punch. He loves the punch. Well, he did some things. He wouldn't allow amendments. He wouldn't allow this. McConnell has already said in his campaign, I'm going to consider all amendments. We're going to process bills. We're going to process amendments. We're not going to cut people off. That's what people are waiting for. That's called legislating.
You've also said in the past, too, that Republicans have to move on from harshly criticizing or dinging President Obama. What did you mean by that?
I'm sorry, you cut out there.
No worries. You've said in the past that Republicans have to move on from dinging President Obama. What did you mean by that?
Yes, I do. Just give that up. He's gone. I mean, he will be gone in 2 years. If you want to do some dinging in the Senate, ding Reid. And that doesn't mean personally. You get in there and you govern. They're looking for people. How can you defer every major issue? The Keystone Pipeline, immigration, foreign policy, all deferred by the president. And now people are saying, you can't play that game anymore. There is no deferral. We have a Congress. We have 3 branches of government, and yours has been severely chopped up. And ours now is on the ascendancy, and that's the legislative branch. And there you go. That's what you do. You move. Forget doing anything to, quote, get Obama. Just go in and govern and get the Senate and the House running together, have conference committees together, do things together, come out, just say, we're giving you a bill over in the House, you're going to love it, pass it, and get together and do that before it ever comes up. That's how you do the business.
What should be the first order of business for Republicans?
To sit down and pick their leadership and pick Boehmer and pick Mac and do it, and then trot up the Keystone Pipeline. The world's in turmoil, and what's it in turmoil about? Well, you're trying to blow up all of the ISIS refineries. Well, go ahead, but we have people that provide our oil that really don't love us and cuddle us. So get that pipeline set up. It's been approved by every agency. And it's not about the environment. If you don't do it in America, they'll do it somewhere else. It's about energy sufficiency. It's about our security. That would be number one. Then deal with immigration. The House, the Senate passed a bill. I don't know whether I know what it was, but then the president said he was going to do all these things, and he just ducked it all. So he irritated his base. The Senate and the House need to do their business, pull up every bill that people talked about in the last 4-6 years, and meld it together and trot it out on the floor and get it, because you have the power to do that.
A final question. What should be done about Obamacare?
Well, if anybody believes that any president whose signature legislation, whether you like it or not, is Obamacare, so-called, or health care, give up trying to repeal it. That's a lost cause. I always said out here, if your horse drops dead, it's better to get off. And that's what that is. So go in and use your skill and amend it. Go into the tax system. It's a tremendously costly exercise, and it's going to get more and more. It's on automatic pilot. Erskine Bowles and I figured the healthcare system is on automatic pilot. Doesn't matter where it's going. So get in there and adjust it and make the changes, make it work, and you can do that. You have the horses now, and he's not going to, if he does try to repeal something that's a sensible adjustment to the biggest thing that's going to suck all the air out of America, then, put it on his back.
Senator Alan Simpson, thank you so much for being with me this morning, and I must say we miss you.
You bet.
It was a pleasure for me, too. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Still to come in the newsroom, Mitch McConnell now in line to be Senate Majority Leader after a big win in Kentucky. We'll talk to voters there next. Mitch McConnell won big, and President Obama reached out to the senator after his reelection, but he had to leave a message. McConnell is a busy man on his way to a new post. He'll probably lead the Senate. Check out this new Time magazine cover. This is a riff on the old Obama poster. See? Change is now Republican Mitch McConnell. Actually, a lot of people are riffing on that old poster, because take a look at the Daily News. This just says, I'll take out that banner. Nope. We'll see a lot of that in the days and weeks to come. Let's head to Kentucky now and check in with CNN's Joe Johns. He's been talking to some of the senator's constituents in Lexington, Kentucky. What are they saying, Joe?
Well, Carol, this is Meadowthorpe Cafe. It is in Lexington, Kentucky. We came here to talk to people about what they're thinking and saying. After re-electing Mitch McConnell to another term, he, of course, stands to become the next majority leader. Important also to say that Lexington, Kentucky is the home of Allison Lundergan Grimes, who happens to be the person who ran against McConnell in that last election. She was just here in this cafe on yesterday. Reactions from people we talked to sort of track with the polling. A lot of people telling CNN here today that the thing that put McConnell over the top was his experience and political skill in Washington. Listen. Why do you think people voted the way they did in Kentucky?
Because he's been senator for 30 years, and he's like, I can do a lot more for the community, Lexington, Kentucky, and
a new person could not.
Right.
So are you glad to see it over one way or the other, though?
Yes, I am.
Why is that?
Because I've had enough. Year is too long for all this.
It is election time, and advertising does always get on your nerves. Of course, that's what they do. It just gets a little touchy sometimes. They kind of go a little too far, but it's politics.
So why do you think the state went for McConnell? I know he's been around a long time. Was it just his seniority? Was it what he does for the state? Was he a known commodity? Why do you think he won?
Well, he has been there 30 years, so. And Allison, she's a newcomer, and I think name recognition. Everybody knows Mitch. He's been there a long time.
Now, the advertising in this election was very intense. A lot of outside money here, you might imagine. Many people are very glad to get all that stuff off their TV screens and off the radio. But we talked to one woman here who is actually an advertising executive for some radio stations in the area. She has no complaints. Her company raked in a lot of cash. Carol, back to you.
I bet it did. Do you get a sense from voters, Joe, that they expect a change, that they expect Mitch McConnell, who will be Senate Majority Leader, to reach out and work with the president and vice versa? Do they think that will actually happen?
It's interesting. One of the people I talked to, not here at the cafe, but at another location in the Lexington area, said, it doesn't really matter to her which party actually gets control of the Congress, which party does anything. Her point was, you need to fix it. I don't care which party, I don't care who does it, Republican, Democrat, Independent, they need to get together. And I think that's a big sentiment we're hearing from people here. They just want something to happen in D.C. that hasn't happened for a while.
You mean that Congress actually passes a bill and it's signed by the president and it becomes law? Something like that?
Yeah, say that again. I'm sorry. Having a little hard time hearing you.
Exactly. Well, we'll see if that happens. Joe Johns, live from Lexington, Kentucky. Thanks so much. Okay. And thank you for joining me today. I'm Carol Costello at this hour with Bourbon and Michaela after a break.
Hello there, everyone. I'm John Berman.
And I'm Michaela Pereira.
It is an historic morning, and not the kind of history they wanted or were expecting at the White House. Inside the White House right now, inside that building, President Obama and his team are deciding how they want to approach the next 2 years and just how they want to respond to a new reality that really can't be seen as anything other than a rebuke of the job they have been doing. The president will speak just before 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and we will, of course, cover it live.
So the president certainly has a lot to answer for at this hour. Republicans will control the Senate, flipping at least 7 seats. The GOP picked up governorships across the nation. In Massachusetts this hour, Democratic candidate Martha Coakley is set to concede to Republican Charlie Baker. The Republicans also expanded their majority in the House. The map of the congressional districts now shows a sea of red.
Our Candy Crowley this morning breaks down the red tide that swept America.
It was both quicker and broader than they dared hope, so the grand old party was big-time giddy over their big old victory.
We are fixing to retake the Senate and to retire Harry Reid as majority leader. I heard a rumor that there was a Capitol maintenance man headed to Harry Reid's office now with a screwdriver and a new sign for the door.
From the Great Smoky Mountains of North Carolina,
we have swept this nation with a compelling Senate majority.
To the Rockies in Colorado and the farm fields of Iowa.
We are heading to Washington. And we are going to make them squeal.
Republicans not only took control of the Senate, they strengthened their grip in the House. This will change everything. Or this may change nothing.
I don't expect the president to wake up tomorrow and view the world any differently than he did when he woke up this morning. He knows I won't either.
When Tuesday evening began to take shape, Republicans suggested maybe now the president will start working with them, to which a White House advisor said the question is whether Republicans will work with the president. If voters were hoping for an adult conversation, this wasn't it. There's also the matter of interpreting the vote.
I think Georgians made it loud and clear tonight that we want to stop the failed policies of this administration and Harry Reid.
And it can be heard loud and clear in the White House, I believe, that this president's agenda just isn't working for West Virginia.
Though exit polls show an electorate beyond grumpy, the White House, in the initial stages of grief, denied the night was a rejection of the president's policies. And election results are like Rorschach tests for the ears. Republicans heard voters say, stop the president. Democrats heard, work with him.
They want a Congress that works with the president to solve problems.
They want to hire folks to go to Washington that can work across party lines.
So maybe Republicans will spend their time sending an unbending president legislation he will veto, setting up the next election, which is already underway.
I think in Kentucky it's really a repudiation of the president's policies, but also of Hillary Clinton.
Or maybe Republicans will want to show they can lead, and the president, in the twilight of his administration, will want to enhance his legacy, and they'll work together to meet their dovetailing needs. Tuesday night, the White House announced the president had invited congressional leaders to the White House Friday for a chat. We shall see. Candy Crowley, CNN, Washington.
As we mentioned, we expect to hear from President Obama this afternoon, just before 3 o'clock Eastern, a day after Republicans took the majority in both houses of Congress for the first time in his tenure.
Exit polls show that 59% of voters say they are angry or dissatisfied with the president. Senior White House correspondent Jim Acosta joins us now. Jim, yesterday was a very, very bad day for the White House. Today is a very big day for the White House. This statement, these questions he will answer will be very key. What do you expect him to say?
You know, it's going to be very telling about the next couple of years, John. One thing that I think we're going to hear from the president today is that this is the fourth quarter of his administration. That is something that we were hearing from White House officials last night, that he is eager to get to work, that he wants to put these midterms behind him. And they were sounding fairly pugnacious last night over here at the White House, saying, you know what, the Republicans need to tell us that they want to compromise with us. There was a slight shift in tone this morning, John and Michaela, when we talked to a White House official earlier this morning. This official told me, look, they are clear-eyed about this result last night. And when they say they mean the president as well. He's also fully recognizing what occurred last night. And at the same time, the White House is saying that they are prepared to deal with a Republican Congress. The White House Chief of Staff, Dennis McDonough, over the last several weeks has been very quietly and secretly reaching out to quarters across Washington to start charting a path forward. And as you mentioned, John and Michaela, it's a path that they are not familiar with. That is one that is dominated by a Republican Congress.
You know, it's interesting you mentioned the tone there. I'm very curious, and I'm sure a lot of people are going to be watching the tone, not just what the president says when he speaks around 3 p.m. Eastern today, but how he says it, his body language, his energy, his vibe.
That's right. I agree. And, you know, the last time around when this happened in 2010, that's when the Republican wave started. You could say maybe it took a break in 2012, and then it continued last night. The president back in 2010 called it a shellacking. We'll be looking for a similar adjective today. Perhaps they've got the thesaurus out in the White House communications office. But, you know, beyond the body language, beyond the semantics, I would also look at the policies that will be asked of this president. Last night they were saying he's going to go ahead and take executive action on immigration reform by the end of the year. Well, you know, there's a lot of Republicans who would like to do immigration reform now, quite frankly, because it would help with the demographics before 2016. If the president can short-circuit that ahead of time, that might poison the well. And when I asked White House officials about this, will that poison the well? They're saying, well, you know what? Republicans had their chance to do immigration reform. So there's still a combativeness over here at the White House in a sense that they're looking at 2 more years of gridlock. But no question about it. The president is a lame duck starting today, and he's got to start thinking about his legacy. And that's also something we'll be listening for later on this afternoon around 3 o'clock here at the White House.
It'll be interesting. Maybe a second coat of that shellac is what it calls for. All right, Jim Acosta, thanks so much. You know, in 2010, Michaela, he had 2012, you know, for redemption. Yeah. This time around, the question is, what does he have to look forward to other than, you know, policy in the next 2 years?
That legacy point is a very good thing. I'll be watching that as well.
It is key. President Obama expected to address all of this. He's at about 2:50 Eastern time. Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, we expect to speak at about 2 p.m. Eastern. You can watch it all right here on CNN.
Ahead for us at this hour, though, Republicans making history, the GOP winning the most seats it has held in the House since World War II. Also making history with this young woman. This is Mia Love. She is the first Republican black woman to be elected to Congress. Look at that smile. She joins us next.
Plus, with the midterms over and this big Republican win, what are potential presidential candidates going to start to do?
There's no rush in making this kind of decision, and I think there's no reason to rush a decision as important as this.
We are sure he's not thinking about it. We'll talk about this coming up.
Many of the naysayers out there said that Utah would never elect a black Republican LDS woman to Congress. Not only did we do it, we were the first to do it.
Yes, they did. Momentous for many reasons. That was Mia Love, who just won a congressional race in Utah. She is now part of this new, bigger majority for the Republicans in the House of Representatives. Besides gaining control of the Senate, we should note that they have more members now in the House.
We should tell you, and this is phenomenal, as we just mentioned, she is making history. She becomes the first Republican black American woman ever elected to Congress. Congresswoman-elect Mia Love joins us right now from Salt Lake City. We have to tell you, first off, congratulations. I want you to share with us how you're feeling and tell us why this time around, because we know you tried in 2012, why you won this time.
Well, first of all, I'm excited. I'm absolutely humbled. I've been able to go out and talk to so many people in the 4th District and listen to their stories, listen to what's happening and the conversations that they're having at the kitchen table, and listening to how Washington's actually affecting them. And I've been able to go out and tell their story. And so I'm humbled, and I am absolutely inspired by their strength and their courage. I'm so proud to be a Utahn. I am so proud of this state. I could hardly stand it.
Proud because they made history. You are the first black Republican woman to be elected to the House of Representatives. So 2 questions. What took so long? And what do you think needs to happen? What do you think needs to happen for more, perhaps, minorities to be elected by the Republican Party?
Well, first of all, I think what we need to mention here is this had nothing to do with race. Understand that Utahns have made a statement that they're not interested in dividing Americans based on race or gender, that they want to make sure that they are electing people who are honest and who have integrity, who could be able to go out and actually make sure that we represent the values that they hold dear. And that's really what made history here. It's that, race, gender had nothing to do with it. Principles had everything to do with it, and Utah values had everything to do with it. And so,
I just
that's
want
the history that we made here.
I want to challenge you on one point, though, because there will be those that will say not so much dividing on the basis of race, but just making sure that everybody has a seat at the table, a fair shot at getting a seat at the table.
Again, you have to understand, Saratoga Springs, there are very few black residents there. I wasn't elected because of the color of my skin. I wasn't elected because of my gender. I was elected because of the solutions that I put at the table, because I promised I would run a positive issues-oriented campaign, and that's exactly what resonated. Utah is tired of the bickering. They're tired of Congress not getting anything done. I hear a lot of talk right now about Congress not wanting to work with the president not wanting to work with Congress, and few people are talking about working with the American people. The House of Representatives is a branch of government that's closest to people, and that's who I am. I am a person of the people, and so my job is to make sure I'm representing them at every turn.
All right. It is the people's house. You have the job, and what are you going to do with it?
Right.
What's the first area where you think that you can work with Democrats to get something done?
I think one of the things that we need to talk about is balance. Right now, there is no balance in government. Washington has gotten too big and people have gotten too small. So we've got to start rolling up our sleeves and making sure that we bring balance back to government. People should have the ability to make decisions in their home, in their communities, and in the areas that they live in. And we're going to do everything we can at every point to restore power back to the people.
Congresswoman-elect Mia Love, that must sound really great to hear. Congratulations to you. I know your family and community are very proud. We appreciate you joining us today. Revel in that. And then, as you said, roll up those sleeves and get to work.
Now the real work begins.
Absolutely. Enjoy it for a minute. You're allowed to do that. All right. Thanks so much. Later this hour, we should point out we're going to also hear from Democratic Congressman Chris Van Hollen. We're going to hear what he thinks that Congress needs to do, see if we can hear more of that conversation about compromise to avoid gridlock.
Ahead for us at this hour, you may have heard the Republicans won.
No, I hadn't.
So now what? Will we see more compromise in Congress? Mia Love seemed to suggest perhaps, or will there be more gridlock? We are waiting to hear what the president thinks about all this. This is a very important day for him. He's going to give a very important address and answer some very important questions. That's coming up at about 2:50 Eastern Time.
Also, Bill and Hillary Clinton campaigned for a handful of candidates. Many of them lost. What happened to that old Clinton magic? And what does this big Republican upset mean for Democrats in 2016? Our special election coverage continues after a quick break.
In just a few hours, a huge moment for President Obama. He will speak for the first time since the beating that Democrats took last night. He surprised many by not releasing a statement overnight. He, of course, was forced to sit on the sidelines for so much of the midterm buildup, sat on the sidelines again to watch the Democrats get steamrolled in state after state by Republicans.
Many are wondering what is it that he is going to say in that statement. Of course, we'll bring it to you live. But before that, let's talk about it with Tracy Seffel. She's senior advisor to Ready for Hillary, and Ron Bonjean, former communications director for former House Speaker Dennis Hastert. Thanks so much for both of you for joining us on this big day here. Tracy, I guess we'll start with you as we wait for the president's comments a little later today. What does all of this mean now for the president? Is he going to become the lame duck president of a do-nothing Congress?
Well, the question, I think, fits also on the Republican Congress and what they're going to do. For the president, who's made clear, and I think it was Vice President Biden who said very specifically that he's looking forward to compromise and looking forward to a path toward an agenda that helps the Americans who need the help. Will those Republicans be willing to do that? McConnell seems to have an obstructionist aura around him. Is that something that is permanent? Is he willing to change? I expect the president to make clear that there is compromise that must occur and there is progress that the American people are demanding.
May not be a obstructionist aura. It may just be the tan that he always seems to have as as the Speaker of the House. Listen, Ron, enough about 2014. Let's talk about 2016 here. One man who worked very, very hard to get Republican governors elected was Chris Christie, the governor of New Jersey, the chair of the Republican Governors Association. A lot of people saying this morning that he is sitting pretty heading into 2016 as a potential presidential candidate. Let's listen to what he said to New Day this morning about all the speculation about his candidacy.
What I found being in 37 states in the last 11 months is this country is much more alike than it is different. And, you know, people always say, well, will you play here or play in the South or, you know, any place other than New Jersey or New York? They think, well, you won't possibly play. It's wrong. It's just wrong. You know, I got great reaction from people all over this country in the last 11 months. And what they say to me most of the time is, we like the way you act like yourself. Be direct. Give them hell.
All right, Chris Christie, Ron, how much did he help himself this election?
Well, obviously, Republican governors did very well last night, and Chris Christie gets to take a lion's share of that credit because he's head of the Republican Governors Association. And, of course, he's a candidate, going to be likely a candidate for the 2016 elections. We have others as well who may throw their hat in the ring, such as Governor Scott Walker. It's, you know, the list can go on and on. But I have to take issue with what Tracy had to say. You know, voters voted against gridlock last night. Voters voted against, you know, the strategy that Senator Reid took when he went to the House floor on a daily basis attacking Charles and David Koch of Koch Industries. They don't care about any of that stuff. They want to see us getting things done. And that's why my hope is that Mitch McConnell and John Boehner will come out with a unified agenda so we can start moving things forward rather quickly.
And Ron, you're right that there is this discontent with leaders on both sides, and you did see that in the voting. You also saw in the voting overwhelming support for progressive ballot measures on things like increasing minimum wage or defeating the personhood amendments. So the substance of it is very much toward progress. The leaders in both our parties, I think, have a lot of self-reflection to do and a lot of, you know, sleeves to roll up.
All right, so the both of you, I think we're hearing that we all feel that compromise needs to be made. Now, the question is if we can actually make that happen. Tracy Seffel, Ron Bonjean, we appreciate you both joining us today. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Ahead for us at this hour, Republicans, they took the Senate. Mitch McConnell will be the next Senate Majority Leader, but can he keep the rank and file in line? We're going to hear from the people of Kentucky. Next, we're going live from a diner. This is a scientific study.
Are you putting in an order with Joe, or? A big red wave has come across the nation. We are now waiting to hear from two leaders that change in Congress will affect the most.
Senator Mitch McConnell, he will be the next Senate Majority Leader. He will hold a news conference this afternoon at 2 o'clock Eastern. And President Obama will speak about 15 minutes after that. Now, we should say the president apparently reached out to Senator McConnell after his re-election win, but left a message, apparently, I guess on his voicemail. Hi, Senator. It's President Obama. I'll be up for another half an hour. Call me if you get this. All right. Senator McConnell is poised to lead this new majority and obviously become one of the most powerful politicians. He already is one of the most powerful politicians in the country. Still, Congress, not so popular. 80% of Americans in the exit polls say they are not happy with Congress.
Our Joe Johns is in Lexington, Kentucky, one of my favorite places. Seems voters weren't so much voting for McConnell as they were against Democratic control of the Senate. Joe?
Well, yeah, I think that's part of it, but quite frankly, and we've probably made this point a few times on TV already, Mitch McConnell is not necessarily very popular in the state of Kentucky either, but the bottom line, and a lot of the things we're hearing from people here, is that people, they might not like him so much, but they think he's very effective in Washington, D.C. They think he does his job very well, and that's why they reelected him to another term, and that's why he's likely to become the next majority leader, because people in Kentucky think he does a good job for them, John and Michaela.
So Joe, you know, a lot of money was spent all over the country, but a lot of money was spent in Kentucky, and you spoke to some people who benefited from that cash flow.
Yeah, huge money, huge money, especially in advertising. And you might think that now that the campaign is over, the election's over, people are very happy to see all of those ads go away. But I did talk to one person today, right here in the Meadowthorpe Cafe in Lexington, Kentucky, who isn't so happy to see all of that go away. As a matter of fact, she happens to be a radio advertising executive. Listen.
We did have a lot of candidates this year really coming in and dropping a lot of money on political advertising, and then if their competitors would put money in advertising, they would in turn invest more in advertising, and so it was really a heavy race as far as the advertising aspect goes.
So from your point of view, you probably hate to see all this end because it was sort of more money for the radio station, right?
It was a nice little draw for radio, and it is, you know, sad to see it end. We get it about once every 4 years, and so once the big turn elections come, it is a nice boost for radio, especially this year.
Right. So otherwise, doesn't make you much difference who won or lost, or does it?
I like to see the people who advertise with me win. So I want them to know that radio works.
Mitch McConnell threw a lot of his own money into the advertising here in the state of Kentucky, and there was also a lot of outside influence as well. So once again, when all the dust clears, I'm sure we'll be talking about the money in politics and whether it's a good idea, John and Michaela.
Well, we know the president tried to call him, wasn't able to get through, but McConnell has already started talking about some of the areas that he's going to have to get down to work, talking about government shutdowns, Obamacare, et cetera. What are we hearing?
Yeah, I think what are the priorities for Mitch McConnell? We certainly know that he's going to talk about the Keystone XL pipeline and how to get a vote in the United States Senate. I think the big question, of course, there is whether the President of the United States is going to sign off on it. A lot of environmentalists are opposed to that idea. Probably some tweaks to Obamacare, pretty clear that Mitch McConnell is a realist. He knows that it's not going to be necessarily possible to push through a full repeal of Obamacare. Some conservatives are a little bit concerned about the possibility of Mitch McConnell trying to play small ball with these issues, also the issue of trade and a few others, as opposed to going for, you know, the swinging for the long ball. So interesting to see how he handles all of that, and he's actually struck sort of a conciliatory tone right here at the top. We'll see if it holds, because as you know, we're now starting the race toward 2016.
Yeah, we certainly are. Joe Johns, I know Berman was secretly hoping you'd go back behind the counter, maybe flip some burgers or something, but we're not going to ask that of you at this hour because we have our standards. Okay, Joe?
You got it. All right.
All right.
Good food here, by the way.
No doubt. All right, so we know the Democrats lost, but you know what won? Pot. Not just pot, also the minimum wage. We'll discuss.
Well, the market is surging this morning, a day after Republicans racked up huge wins in Congress and in governors' mansions across the country.
Yeah, the Dow's up, you can see 63 points right now. It's not the biggest increase ever, but earlier it did manage to set a new record. Want to bring in our chief business correspondent, also the anchor of Early Start, Christine Romans. So, Romans, what's going on here? Why is Wall Street so happy?
The stock guys are happy. They say you've got profits that have been great. Actually great for a few years now. The Obama economy has been low interest rates. It's been a recovering economy. It's been great corporate profits. And now they think a GOP control of Congress will add to that. Maybe for the banking sector, for example, new leadership in the Senate Banking Committee and on the Finance Committee. Maybe they'll take some of the teeth, some of the fangs out of the Dodd-Frank regulations and some of the regulations after the financial crisis. For energy, for example, maybe there will be blunted regulations on finding new energy in the domestic energy sources in the United States.
Keystone Pipeline.
The Keystone Pipeline, exactly. So there's just this feeling that that will be good overall. There's also this feeling, and I think Mitch McConnell actually alluded to this in this Time Magazine interview that he just did, but that, quite frankly, you're less likely to have a debt default or a big debt showdown on the watch of Republicans in both chambers.
On the watch of him. I think he's very, very anti-shutdown. Mitch McConnell was always anti-shutdown. So
We're going to ask you to hang tight with us. We want to bring in our Evan Perez to talk a little bit about some of the ballot initiatives. Good to have have both of you here with us. Some decidedly red states, Arkansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, Alaska, they all voted yesterday to increase the minimum wage. This is why I wanted you to stick around, Christine Romans, an issue that President Obama certainly has been trying his hardest to get pushed through a gridlock Congress.
So not just the minimum wage, also another M word, marijuana. Oregon and the District of Columbia voted to legalize marijuana for recreational use. It looks like Alaska heading in the same direction. The votes there are still being counted. Evan, you know, state by state now, marijuana seems to be winning.
It almost looks inevitable, John. It looks like this is the way the states are going, and the federal government is sort of dragging its feet. The federal government still classifies marijuana as one of the most dangerous substances out there, including, alongside heroin. What's interesting about the D.C. law is that obviously this is the backyard of the federal government. The DEA is here, and so the Justice Department has said that they're not going to really interfere as long as states abide by certain rules. And so the Congress has the chance, the Republican Congress could well try to block the D.C. law early next year. So we'll wait and see whether that takes effect perhaps maybe next March.
I think that's the one that gets me the most, Evan, is that happened in Washington, D.C., in the Fed's backyard. I mean, I can't get over that. There's a certain amount of irony there, and also just the logistics of how they're going to manage that, because some of the area of the district there is owned by the feds. How are you going to manage those laws and enforcement, et cetera?
Right, it's still illegal to smoke marijuana, for instance, or possess it in federal property. And, half of downtown is federal property, national parkland. But, the president's own neighbors, Attorney General Eric Holder's own neighbors, those precincts that surround him, all voted overwhelmingly for this law. So it's going to be interesting to see how the government tries to live with legal marijuana here in the capital city.
So, Christine Romans, it was a big night for the minimum wage. The minimum wage being increased in state after state after state. And if someone had told you 6 months ago the minimum wage would do really, really well on a night when Democrats did really, really badly, you would have said no way.
Here's what's so interesting about it. These voters showed up and they voted in Republicans. Republicans who don't agree with raising the minimum wage. These same voters then turned around and raised the minimum wage. 606,000 people will see higher paychecks next year, starting next year, because of this effort. The polls are very clear. 71% of Americans think that the minimum wage should be raised. The business community doesn't. The Republican Party doesn't. But people do, and it's passing. The irony, the real irony here is that this is a signature Obama administration initiative that has failed in Washington, but that Republicans around the country are voting in, Republicans and Democrats.
And now most of these will surpass the federal minimum wage, which is $7.25.
More than half the
It's
states,
amazing.
29 states have raised the minimum wage in the absence of a federal action.
Christine Romans, Evan Perez, thank you so much for joining us today.
Let's bring in former Republican Governor of Virginia, Jim Gilmore. He also is the chairman of the RNC and the founder of the conservative super PAC called Growth. Governor, thank you so much for being with us. Let me just start off by asking you about the minimum wage. Isn't it interesting that, again, in state after state, the minimum wage was increased? Voters chose to increase the minimum wage while voting in Republicans?
Well, I think that it's a localized issue, and, it's been under some discussion. But I think that the real issue that we've got to do here is to try to think about the people who will probably be thrown out of work now as a result of the increase of the minimum wage. We have to be making plans to accommodate those further unemployed people. In the meanwhile, the real thrust of what we need to do is build up the economy and create more jobs for people and get wages coming up. I think part of the reason for this result that we saw yesterday is because people are frustrated because wages are not going up in the United States.
Hang on one second here, Governor, because we do have some breaking news just into CNN. CNN can now project one of the races that has been outstanding. Governor John Hickenlooper, Democrat from Colorado. We now project he has been reelected, defeating former Congressman Bob Beaupre. This race, oh so close. Hickenlooper, for a few years, named as a possible presidential contender for the Democrats, but locked in this tight race in what has been a tough state for Democrats this year in Colorado. The Democratic Senator Mark Udall lost there, but Governor Hickenlooper outperformed him, and we now project he has been reelected.
All right, let's turn back to our guest, former RNC Chairman Jim Gilmore. First of all, you want to react to that news?
Well, yes, congratulations to Governor Hickenlooper, and I know Bob Beaupre ran a good race, but the main thing is that if you really look across the country, we saw some astonishing results. The Republicans won the governorship in Massachusetts, which I find pretty amazing, and in Maryland, which is even more amazing. Governor Scott was reelected in Florida. But the main story, of course, as we know today, is that the national move towards the direction of the nation was carried out by the Republicans taking over the United States Senate, including, by the way, the Colorado seat.
We just had, I want to refer back to something that happened on our show. We just had the first black American female voted in your party as a congresswoman in the state of Utah. She's very excited. She's looking very much forward to getting to work, and we had talked to her about some of her plans. But I'm curious, in light of that, what you think, looking forward to 2016, what your party can do to sort of embrace more and include more at the table black, Latino, female voters.
Well, I think that we need to have a positive national program that includes everybody, including African Americans and Latino voters and women and young people, people who are suffering under the policies of this administration, people who are being deliberately thrown out of work, people who are having flat wages. This is the national challenge, and this is what the voters told us, not only at the polls, but in the exit polling. They have a lot of anxiety about the economic conditions of the country. They're insecure because of the world crisis that we're facing and the potential for danger here in this country. They don't think that the next generation will do as well as the last. That's un-American, Michaela, and it's just got to change. And I propose that what happens in Congress now is an affirmative direct program to build up jobs and growth in the United States economy. A growth policy has to be the Republican program, and it incorporates everybody, including the groups that you're talking about.
Governor, I am old enough to remember when you ran for president. And as we come out of this election in 2014 and look forward to 2016, I wonder if you could tell me which Republican potential candidate you think is in the best position today.
I don't think that our field at this point has emerged, and I don't think that the people who have been talked about are talking about the right things. And the right things are the growth of the American economy, jobs, growth, opportunity, a real forward motion for what this country really stands for. This is why I formed the Growth PAC. And we bought television and radio advertising in Iowa and in New Hampshire and in Virginia and radio in North Carolina, because we want to inject this idea of a growth and positive economy for the United States, and that is what has to be done for 16. You know, you can get into all kinds of personality contests, and that's been kind of the sideshow and circus up to this point. But at the end of the day, yesterday, the voters of America said, wait a minute, we care about our future, we care about the future of our children, and we're going to take affirmative action now to try to get things back on the right track. That's the lesson that we saw from yesterday, not some, circus or sideshow for 2016 that we've seen up to this point.
Jim Gilmore, thanks so much for joining us at this hour. We appreciate it. Hope to talk to you again sometime.
Good. Thank you very much.
Be well.
And let me just remind you of the news we broke just moments ago. CNN now projects that John Hickenlooper has been reelected as governor of Colorado, the Democrat elected to a second term in that state, despite the fact that the Democratic senator there, Mark Udall, lost his bid for reelection. This will be a small glimmer of good news for the Democratic Party.
Ahead, our voters sending a message to D.C. that the country is becoming more conservative. We're going to talk with newly elected Democrat Chris Van Hollen. Is it possible for his party to rebound after this major loss? We'll discuss with him.
Some of the message also was a message that the American public is tired of gridlock. They're ready to see something happen, and I want to be part of that.
That was Republican Senator Rand Paul promising less gridlock now that we have even more divided government with Republicans in charge of the Senate as well.
Can we do a little before and after? This was the balance of power in the Senate yesterday, and let's press a switch. There it is. A day later, after the election, big gains in the House, big gains in the Senate, and in the governor's races. So what happened? Where did Democrats go wrong? Congressman Chris Van Hollen was one of the Democratic bright spots Tuesday. He defeated Republican challenger Dave Wallace. He joins us on the phone. Congressman, can you hear us okay?
I hear you fine. It's good to be with both of you.
Good to be with you. Other than obviously your personal victory, talk to us about the bigger scope, the bigger picture of what happened to Democrats last night. What happened?
Well, there's no doubt it was a very rough night for Democrats. Clearly, the country is frustrated with the gridlock in Congress. The great irony of the results last night is that a lot of the issues that have been blocked in Congress, like increasing the minimum wage, won on ballot initiatives in places like Arkansas, in places like South Dakota and Nebraska. And I say irony because those initiatives that passed in those red states have been blocked in Congress. In the House, we haven't even been able to have a vote on that Democratic initiative. And yet somehow that obstruction on popular issues ricocheted onto the president, and we saw the results last night. So, look, I think we all need to come together. I think Democrats need to focus on their core economic message, equal pay for equal work, trying to provide student debt relief, and other core issues, and certainly hope Republicans will join us in that effort and stop blocking some of those measures.
Congressman, we expect to hear from President Obama in about 3 hours. What do you think he needs to say? Do you think that the full scope of what voters said last night has sunk in at the White House?
Well, I'm interested to hear from the president. I think the president will continue to invite the Congress to work with him on some of these important issues. And again, the public has heard the president reach out to Congress in the past and on some of these core issues. He said, look, here's my proposal to raise the minimum wage, but if you, Congress, you Republicans in Congress have a different way of doing it, let me know. I'm happy to meet you halfway. And instead, he was totally rebuffed. So this is a two-way street. I think the president is more than willing to continue his efforts to reach out. I am a little concerned that in many of the House races, you've got Republicans coming to Congress who actually ran on a platform of no compromise. And if you're going to deliver on a platform of no compromise, it needs more dysfunction. So I hope that's not the case, and we'll just have to see how we move forward here.
Well, and that's the question of moving forward. I think there's one aspect of how the Congress works together to sort of, give the people what they need for this country. But I want you to talk about 2016 in terms of where your party needs to be. Talk to me about that.
Well, again, if you talk to the American public, and I've spent a lot of time in my district talking to people going door to door, the things that they care most about are the things that all of our neighbors care about, right? They want to make sure their kids have a chance to get a good education. They want to be able to send them to an affordable college. They want to make sure there are job opportunities. So we need to get back to those proposals, and we're going to have a big discussion coming up on the budget for the country, and the budget is a reflection of our values and priorities. And we're going to continue to put forward proposals that, for example, would get rid of a lot of the special interest tax breaks that create these perverse incentives for companies to move jobs overseas, and use the savings from closing those tax breaks to invest in modernizing our infrastructure here at home. So those are the kind of things we need to do going forward.
Congressman, we got about just 30 seconds left. I wonder if I can get a yes or no answer here. Do you think it was a mistake for the president to essentially stay on the sidelines in this election? Do you think there would have been a different result had he gotten more involved?
The answer is I think some of our Senate Democratic candidates made a mistake in simply saying that they disagreed with the president, whereas they could have said, here are the policies where I agree with the president. I agree on the minimum wage increase. I agree on equal pay and equal work. Here's where I disagree with the president. Instead of just simply making it entirely about whether you like or dislike the president. There are policies to support. There are policies not to support. We should have been focusing more on those policies, because on the policies Democrats have advanced on the economy, the public is with us on those issues, as indicated in these referendum on the minimum wage increase.
Sir, we're going to have to leave it there. Thanks so much for joining us. Chris Van Hollen, congratulations on your win last night. We'll be watching. And thanks for watching us here at this hour. I'm Michaela Pereira.
Yeah, our special coverage with Ashley Banfield starts right after this.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ashley Banfield, and welcome to our special election coverage on Legal View. It is the question of the hour. After a midterm election night that exceeded Republicans' wildest dreams and Democrats' worst nightmares, what is next for the president? President Obama. Believe it or not, I can tell you the president is holding a news conference at 2:50 p.m. Eastern today, 2 hours and 50 minutes from right this moment. And of course, you'll see it live right here on CNN. In the meantime, CNN's Candy Crowley looks at a whole new political landscape that actually may not be quite so different.
It was both quicker and broader than they dared hope. So the grand old party was big time giddy over their big old victory.
We are fixing to retake the Senate and to retire Harry Reid as majority leader. I heard a rumor that there was a Capitol maintenance man headed to Harry Reid's office now with a screwdriver and a new sign for the door.
From the Great Smoky Mountains of North Carolina,
we have swept this nation with a compelling Senate majority.
To the Rockies in Colorado and the farm fields of Iowa.
We are heading to Washington. And we are going to make them squeal.
Republicans not only took control of the Senate, they strengthened their grip in the House. This will change everything. Or this may change nothing.
I don't expect the president to wake up tomorrow and view the world any differently than he did when he woke up this morning. He knows I won't either.
When Tuesday evening began to take shape, Republicans suggested maybe now the president will start working with them, to which a White House advisor said the question is whether Republicans will work with the president. If voters were hoping for an adult conversation, this wasn't it. There's also the matter of interpreting the vote.
I think Georgians made it loud and clear tonight that we want to stop the failed policies of this administration and Harry Reid.
And it can be heard loud and clear in the White House, I believe, that this president's agenda just isn't working for West Virginia.
Though exit polls show an electorate beyond grumpy, the White House, in the initial stages of grief, denied the night was a rejection of the president's policies. And election results are like Rorschach tests for the ears. Republicans heard voters say, stop the president. Democrats heard, work with him.
They want a Congress that works with the president to solve problems.
They want to hire folks to go to Washington that can work across party lines.
So maybe Republicans will spend their time sending an unbending president legislation he will veto, setting up the next election, which is already underway.
I think in Kentucky it's really a repudiation of the president's policies, but also of Hillary Clinton.
Or maybe Republicans will want to show they can lead, and the president, in the twilight of his administration, will want to enhance his legacy, and they'll work together to meet their dovetailing needs. Tuesday night, the White House announced the president had invited congressional leaders to the White House Friday for a chat. We shall see. Candy Crowley, CNN, Washington.
And joining me now with more on the GOP juggernaut and what it means for the next 2 years are CNN political director David Chalian and CNN political analyst and Daily Beast editor-in-chief John Avlon and CNN political commentator and GOP consultant Margaret Hoover. All right, David, first to you, because you're the guy in the know. You spend, this is what you basically cut your teeth on every single day, and you're looking forward to a very busy 2 years. Let me just start with the next 2 hours. What does the president have to say when he goes on the TV at 2:50 this afternoon?
That's a great question. I think, Ashley, what you're going to see the president say is a two-pronged message. I do think we got a preview of this when Vice President Biden sat down with our Gloria Borger a few days ago. They are going to try to express that they're ready to compromise, but then there's going to be a but, and I think you're going to hear the president challenge the Republicans. From his point of view, they've been a real opposition party, an obstructionist party, a party of no, and I think he's going to challenge them to say, okay, guys, now you're in the big driver's seat and you're governing both chambers. Let's see how you govern now, and I challenge you to do something differently. So I think we're going to hear both aspects of that message from the president today.
So I want to bring in John and Margaret on this issue because to the non-politicos, that's me, all I ever hear are the platitudes that there has to be compromise. There will be compromise, and then it's usually followed by kumbaya. Why am I to think anything is going to be different, or is this a 6-year wake-up call for the president that he really does need to get down and dirty and more than just dinner? How about, I'll start with you, John.
Well, Ashley, first of all, I mean, you heard Mitch McConnell. He promised that if the Republicans were elected, it would mean an end to gridlock. So let's be charitable and take him at his word. But there's a force behind that promise, which is that the Republicans have 7 seats up in the next cycle in states that Obama has won twice. So they need to show that they can govern. Because if it's simply the same old obstruction, they're going to have a real reckoning in 2 years. Likewise, the president has 2 more years of his legacy to deal with. So they're going to have to find some degree of common ground. It could be modest, tax reform, infrastructure, trade authority. But it's got to be something, because it's the same old ideological blood sport. Nothing gets done. They both look bad, and Republicans have a real problem in 2016.
And the looking bad is really an issue, isn't it? There's so much to the optics of this kind of compromise plan.
Yeah. There certainly is. Look, I think incentives may have aligned for both sides in this battle as you set up. Look, the Republicans are setting the table for 2016. They know that if they look like the obstructionist party going into 2016, who's going to vote Republican? It's going to look really good for Hillary going into this. Mitch McConnell gets that. Similarly, the president's got 2 years left on his legacy. So can each of them give a little bit from their entrenchment to let each other win, both take a win in the last 2 years of their legacy? And the truth is they probably have 6 to 9 months, because presidential craziness 2016 is going to start in about 9 months. So the high water mark for getting something done is right now. And I think the tone the president strikes in his press conference, whether it's conciliatory or if he sounds like he's going to double down on partisanship, will have a lot to do with whether he sort of poisons the well at the start. You know, Mitch McConnell and Barack Obama and John Boehner are going to have to sit down. They're going to have to work together if they're going to do something.
We keep saying that over and over. David Chalian, jump in on this for me, because I think Margaret makes a really good point. There are 2 big reasons to do the right thing. Number 1, as Margaret says, there's the president's legacy. Number 2, there's 2016 hovering for the Republicans, and if they're obstructionists, we remember this stuff, and it makes for really good campaign ads. So why does it just all feel so wrong? Why does that not hang over all of this in that whole kumbaya spirit, David?
Well, we learned from voters yesterday at the polls, actually, 65% of the country says we're headed on the wrong track. 78% of the country says they're worried the economy's not going to get better within the next year. This is a worried and angry electorate. I wouldn't expect that to be an electorate that expects a lot of progress as much as they would like to see it. I do want to just add one 2016 caveat there, too. President Obama is going to find himself in a position, if he finds himself compromising on big-ticket items with the new Republican majority in the Senate and the emboldened one in the House, he may start disaffecting his base a little bit. And then if Hillary Clinton is out and about in Iowa and New Hampshire trying to keep that base energized, you're going to start seeing a lot of splits between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama if he's reaching across the aisle to the Republicans
and it's
on
only
Capitol
fair to put the period at the end of that sentence with it's all about the base. No trouble. All about the base.
We need a little bit of levity. Been up all night. Way to go.
John Apple and Margaret Hoover, thank you. You're going to come back. David Chalian, thank you for all your very hard work. We are so dependent on you and your team, and you've done such a great job. Thank you for that, and thanks for being on the show, too.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Okay, so you know the midterms were yesterday. If you don't, hey, guess what? We just had an election. It's all about 2016 now, so buckle up, because the race for president is on. And one of the likely contenders is Chris Christie. And he stopped by New Day today, and he was asked, so when exactly is it that you're going to decide whether you're going to do this thing?
Sometime next year. There's no rush in making this kind of decision, and I think there's no reason to rush a decision as important as this.
We're going to have more of the Chris Christie interview and all the straight talk that he had with our team on Legal View next. And then up next, the payoff is twice as nice for Kentucky's Mitch McConnell. It's re-election, folks, and a likely promotion, too. But can the future majority leader play nice with the White House? Looking at a live picture of the White House. It's the morning/afternoon after the night before, and we're going to be hearing from some big voices. Mitch McConnell to speak at 2 p.m. and the president to speak at 2:50 p.m. It'll all be carried live right here. All of this following America's Choice 2014. May not have been your choice, but it was the majority choice. And so big shifts on Capitol Hill and right across the country, in fact. Mitch McConnell may have held on to his Senate seat after a bruising campaign, but the political battles for him may not necessarily be over. His presumptive role as the next majority leader could be in doubt, at least in the minds of some Republicans. Just listen to Senator Ted Cruz of Texas last night when asked about it by our own Wolf Blitzer.
Will you support Mitch McConnell as your leader in the United States Senate?
Well, that'll be a decision for the conference to make, and that'll be decided next week. But I'll tell you, tonight was a terrific night for Republicans. It was a powerful repudiation of the Obama agenda, the Obama economy, which isn't working.
Well, that's nebulous. Our senior Washington correspondent, Joe Johns, joins me now from Lexington, Kentucky. So, Joe, is McConnell's leadership in doubt?
You know what? This is what Ted Cruz does. Ted Cruz is one of the Tea Partiers in the United States Congress, and he is a thorn in the side, really, of the Republican leadership. So it's not surprising. He's made it pretty clear that he's not going to challenge Mitch McConnell for the post of majority leader, but he does throw stones from time to time because Mitch McConnell in that job is a person who tries to make a deal, and Tea Partiers in Congress, frankly, are not fans of let's make a deal in Congress, Ashley.
All right, Joe Johns, live for us. Thank you for that. I want to bring in CNN's political analyst again, John Avlon, who's the editor-in-chief of the Daily Beast, and also with us from the Daily Beast is Eleanor Clift, also well known for being from just about everywhere else as well. She's one of those legendary voices in politics. It's great to have you with us, Eleanor. My gosh, I've watched you for so long on the McLaughlin Group, so this is a treat. Okay, so first question, and I'll give you the first question, Eleanor. How about that? You know, I love the fact that Mitch McConnell is one of those breeds that we don't see as often anymore. He's the old school guy who does the backroom dealing, who does the conciliatory stuff. He works behind the scenes and makes concessions. That's not so much the new order these days, it seems. As more folks come in on the Hill, less of that seems to happen. But does it work anymore?
Oh, I think it worked a couple of times during the Obama administration where he really saved us from a longer government shutdown, a debt ceiling crisis. He stepped in quietly, did his negotiating mostly with Vice President Biden, who again is from the old school. But McConnell was in Washington for what? 2 decades before Barack Obama even showed up, and he'll be here long after Barack Obama is gone. So he's a very wily negotiator, and if he can't stand up to Ted Cruz, now that he's gotten a 6-year endorsement and really a huge vote from his home state of Kentucky, I mean, I think that Mitch McConnell wants to show that the Republican Party knows what it's doing, that they're not crazy, that they understand how to govern. So I think he's someone that the White House can do business with, to use kind of a classic formulation of those words.
Well, and hopefully that's something the White House is thinking as well, doing business, getting the actual business done. John Avlon, how about this notion? I like that Eleanor just said, if he can't stand up to Ted Cruz, well, John Boehner's had a really tough time wrangling folks like the Tea Party influence within the House. Is there any notion that suggests that same kind of dynamic could start playing out in the Senate?
Well, I mean, you know, Boehner's really had to deal with his crazy caucus and his sane caucus, and it's been a difficult navigation. In the Senate, the dynamics are pretty different. Cruz has a lot of sway over a group of House folks, Tea Partiers. But in the Senate, is he going to be able to block McConnell's nomination as majority leader? No. What Cruz is doing is playing to a 2016 base. Ted Cruz is going to run for president in all likelihood, and he's trying to position himself somewhere between the John McCain's and the Rand Pauls of the world. But one thing he's going to do is try to really get the Tea Party rallying behind him as a guy who will speak truth to power and take on the establishment of his own team, and he will always try to undercut a deal. When McConnell and Boehner were saying there's going to be no shutdown, Ted Cruz was saying, oh, there's going to be a shutdown. And guess what? There was a shutdown. It took McConnell and Biden to get us out of it.
So, Eleanor Clift, look, there's a lot of talk about the president now with this very strong veto power, and then there's a lot of talk about the endless headaches that the Republicans in control of 2 houses could create for him, like endless hearings on issues that drive the Democrats nuts, and then also holding up important appointments. Which one of those stories, or are both of them, going to play out for the next 2 years?
Oh, I think all 2 or 3 of the scenarios you just put out there. I think the Republicans will block almost all of his executive appointments. They won't want any more Obama-appointed judges. So I think any of those appointments the president has to push for in the lame duck session, including a new attorney general. The Republicans can go ahead and have all those hearings. on the Senate side, just as they did in the House on Benghazi, on and on. I think that makes them look bad. They look like they're overreaching. And I think the president has only used his veto pen twice. There's no shame in using the veto pen, especially as you go into 2016. The veto will show each party what they stand for, and bright lines have to be drawn for both parties before you go into 2016. I think there's opportunity here for both the Republicans and the Democrats. It's a total new table setting, and I think Democrats felt a little morose after last night, but they're quickly, I think, getting in gear, and it's going to be fascinating to see how these politicians maneuver around each other.
Right back up on the horse. Eleanor, great to see you. Thanks so much for doing the show. Appreciate it. And John Avalon, you're not off the hook yet. You're going to stick around for the next segment. Thank you to both of you. The smoke hasn't even cleared from the midterms, but you know something? That is not stopping anyone from having even more fun and looking ahead to 2016. It was just so much fun last night, right? So why don't we just do this for the next 2 years? The race for the White House could play a big, big part in how Congress, particularly the Senate, does business in the next 2 years, and we're going to look into that coming up.
Tonight, we begin to rebuild America by freeing up American ingenuity, freeing up all forms of energy. Tonight, we say to the president, yes, we did build that. We say to Hillary Clinton, yes, businesses do create jobs.
Senator Rand Paul wasting no time making last night's GOP victories about the 2016 presidential election. And as CNN's Tom Foreman shows us, those White House ambitions could make leading the Senate a pretty tough task for Republicans.
As the majority leader, Democrat Harry Reid enjoyed a certain advantage in the Senate because his party also held the White House. That tends to tamp down the presidential ambitions of other people in the party. But Mitch McConnell, if he indeed becomes the majority leader, will not have that advantage. He will look out on an ocean of people with big presidential ambitions. Right across the chamber, he'll see his own fellow Kentucky Senator Rand Paul. Just last year, it was not clear at all that Rand Paul would even back McConnell for re-election, so there could be hard feelings about that. In the corner, Ted Cruz is back there. He gets a lot of headlines that Republicans have trouble managing, and he didn't even want to jump on board saying that he thinks McConnell should be the majority leader right now. Marco Rubio back there from Florida also has presidential ambitions. From outside the chamber, there are people like Paul Ryan from the U.S. House of Representatives, a lot of ideas about the economy and how to run the country. And what about all those governors and former governors, people like Bobby Jindal and Jeb Bush and Chris Christie and even Sarah Palin and Mike Huckabee? Put them all together, and what Mitch McConnell is facing is a lot of people who have a lot of ideas about what ought to be done with all of this newfound Republican power. And all of those ideas may have a lot more to do with their 2016 ambitions than they do with what McConnell would like to do here.
Joining me now to talk about how last night's Republican tidal wave could impact the race for 2016, CNN political analyst John Avalon is back with us, and CNN political commentator and Republican consultant Margaret Hoover. Also, the best married couple on television. I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to say it. All right, guys, so here's the thing. This morning, I was watching Senator Rand Paul talking on our morning show here on CNN on New Day, and the first thing, it wasn't but 5.5 seconds, the first thing out of his mouth was, last night was a repudiation of President Obama and Hillary Clinton. Like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hang on a second. That seemed, well, now I get it. But, I mean, is that what this is going to be all about the next 2 years? Is this what we're going to hear constantly? Margaret, I'll start with you.
Look, I think Rand can't help himself. He's clearly going to run for president. He's been to Iowa something like 19 times in the last 2 months or so. I mean, not quite that extreme.
Is that legitimate to say it's a repudiation of Hillary Clinton?
Well,
she wasn't running for anything.
It's a point that's been made a couple times by people because she stumped for so many of the candidates who lost. So
good point.
Why wasn't she able to carry them all over the line if she's going to take the White House in 2 years? Well, let's be very clear that this wasn't a map that was cut out for Republicans.
He actually used the statistic. He said she stumped for 50% of the incumbents that she stumped for, they did not make it. But we have this incredible crack team here at CNN Politics. John Avalon, I bet you already know this, that over the years, crunching the research and the data, it has proven out that endorsements don't really have any effect anyway. So isn't that just an empty thing to say?
Yes.
John, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it is, but the Republican field is going to be training its sights entirely on Hillary Clinton. Starting today, it is on. They're going to try to weaken her because she is the presumptive front runner for the Democratic nomination, and there isn't even a close second, while the Republicans are very much in warlord territory. So this is on, and the Rand Paul comment today is just a sign of it. Thanks to
And to be clear, I mean, Hillary Clinton knew for a fact that most of those candidates weren't going to end up making it across the line. She wasn't going to make the difference. She was doing it for herself, too, because even if they don't win, they have fundraising bases, they have endorsements, they have political futures, and they have political support that they can afford to her and offer her. Frankly, they owe her now.
So I'm going to ask the both of you as quickly as you can to answer this question. I'll start with you, John Avalon. Who, in his or her right mind, is going to jump into a primary race against Hillary Clinton and you know, start duking it out? Anybody? Can you think of anyone?
Joe Biden.
I mean,
Go
Mark
ahead, John.
O'Malley's certainly been making the ground game.
What? Say it again?
Martin O'Malley's certainly been making noises. Bernie Sanders is going to go on some quixotic quest, but Hillary Clinton's basically frozen the field for herself.
Okay. Do you think all of these incredible Republican candidates that are going to, you know, be in that field in the primaries are going to be able to keep the blood off themselves in their sport while she just sails through without nary a wound?
No, I actually don't think that. I think there's a progressive left that is ascendant in the Democratic Party that wants to give Hillary a run for it because they're worried she's not going to represent them. And it may not be Elizabeth Warren, but there may be some outsider. I mean, there's rumbling that it's Brian Schweitzer from Montana, former governor from Montana.
You said Joe
by the
Biden.
way,
What about
Joe
Joe
Biden has made it very clear that he has not taken himself out of this race.
Right.
So for us to say, no, Hillary's going to go unscathed into the presidency is...
Quick last comment, John.
Yeah, look, just keep in mind that there's a danger in over-interpreting results like today. And Democrats feel down, and they should, because they got their butts kicked. But there's a totally different segment of the electorate that turns out in presidential elections, and it's less old, less white, and it benefits Democrats, let alone the Senate side of the pie. So, you know, Democrats should be feeling good, but no one's ever had the commanding kind of lead that Hillary Clinton has looking ahead to the Democratic nomination. It's unprecedented.
Absolutely right.
John Avalon, Margaret Hoover, you're the best. I'll say it often. I'll say it early and often.
Thanks,
Thank
Ash.
you to both of you. Appreciate your work. So it will be very interesting to hear what the president has to say about this big Republican sweep. He is scheduled for a news conference later this afternoon. We're going to look into that right ahead. Reminder, President Obama is going to step before the live cameras at 2:50 Eastern Time this afternoon. That's just a little over 2 hours from now. And he's going to talk about the midterm elections that could hardly have gone worse for his party, for the Democrats. The Republicans picked off 7 Democratic Senate seats, tilting the balance of power from this to that. 2 Senate races are still too close to call, and 1, Louisiana, is headed for a runoff election. And then if you're looking at the House, it'll be even redder than it was before. Overall, the Republicans will have their biggest congressional majority since the Truman administration. That's going back. New York Daily News says the message for Team Obama comes down to one 4-letter word, and it's nope. Quite a cover. Time to bring in our senior White House correspondent, Jim Acosta. You know, the morning after a big celebration and party is never comfortable unless you're the one partying, but I'm thinking it is dead quiet where you are right now.
Yeah.
But for the sounds of wound licking. Can you take me to the White House?
It's Hangover City on this side of Pennsylvania Avenue, Ashley, no question about it. I mean, this wave that the Republicans experienced last night was much bigger and far stronger than I think the White House anticipated, and they're a little bit shell-shocked today. We do know from talking to White House officials earlier this morning that the president did place a phone call to the incoming Senate Majority Leader, the expected incoming Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, but that he didn't get through. And so we're still waiting to find out whether or not the two men have connected. But in the meantime, Ashley, Ashley, the White House has provided a very lengthy list of different leaders in both parties that the president reached out to last night. And quite interesting to note that among those phone calls would be Nancy Pelosi, who is identified as Leader Nancy Pelosi in this email from the White House. But Harry Reid is referred to as Senator Harry Reid. So a sign of things to come, that the majority leader is about to become a minority leader. You know, Ashley, some of the things that we're looking for in this news conference this afternoon from the president is whether or not there's a change in tone. And from talking to White House officials, they are saying that the president on down, they recognize, they are clear-eyed about what happened in those midterm elections last night, but they do see a path forward. And White House Chief of Staff Dennis McDonough, he's been secretly and quietly convening meetings around Washington over the last several weeks to prepare for a GOP Congress, and so they say they're ready for that. But the question, Ashley, and I think this is going to be asked today of the president, is what that will result in terms of policy. The White House was saying just yesterday, asked Press Secretary Josh Earnest, will the president take executive action on immigration by the end of the year? They said yes, that is going to happen before the end of the year. But now Republicans want to do immigration reform, obviously, because it helps with their demographics for 2016. So can both of these sides work something out and get some legislation passed? That is one of the big unanswered questions for today, and it's something that, quite frankly, I think will come up also on Friday when all these leaders get together here at the White House. Ashley.
You kind of lost me right off the beginning when you said the president couldn't get through. I'm not going to make a big deal of that because, look, it is a big morning after.
Right.
But I just don't get it when the president doesn't get through. Apparently, he left a message, so to be a fly on that voicemail. Jim Acosta.
Yeah, they're still working on their communication over here. That's right.
Well, in more ways than one, it turns out. Jim Acosta, thank you so much, my friend.
That's right.
You know, if you, like me, you know, I'm very proud of this, went to the ballot box, got my sticker. I keep them. I keep every sticker because I think it's so great to vote. It is absolutely fascinating when you see people coming out and you hear from them, because when you leave the polling station, some people actually get to answer questions, and we get to find out why they voted the way they did and what's on their minds. They're called exit polls. You may or may not have seen them, but a majority of Americans, according to these polls, dissatisfied or downright angry with President Obama's administration and the GOP leaders. Perhaps even more interesting, how the vote actually compared to the one in 2012. Our John Berman joins me now, and he's been looking at all of the data from the exit polls. So first and foremost, tell me, who are the people who walked out with these stickers?
Yeah, who voted tells a really interesting story here, Ashley. Look at this. This is who voted in terms of gender. It was a 51-49% break. 51% of those who voted for women. How does that compare to 2 years ago? Well, 2 years ago, 53% of voters were women. The really interesting thing, though, is how they voted. 2 years ago, President Obama had an 11-point edge among women. Well, how does that measure up against yesterday? Well, yesterday, women only gave Democrats a 5-point edge, so a much smaller margin. What about race? Race, also very interesting. I want to highlight this. Yesterday, Latinos made up 8% of the vote. How does that compare to 2 years ago? We can look. 2 years ago, Latinos were 10% of the vote, a much higher, or a little bit of a higher proportion. But how did they vote? This was whopping 2 years ago. By a 44% margin, Latinos supported President Obama. What about this time? A much, much smaller margin. Here, we can break that down. Just a 28% margin. They supported the Democrats. Wow. 28% this year, 44% margin 2 years ago. Let's talk about age quickly. I want to highlight these two numbers up here. Those under 30 made up just 13% of the vote yesterday. Compare that to 2 years ago. 2 years ago, it was 19% of the vote under 30. 2 years ago, only 16% were older than 65. Compare that to what it was yesterday, 22% older than 65. So a much older electorate, which tends to favor Republicans, Ashley.
But then again, it is the midterm thing, and some people are just so apathetic about midterms. I mean, I think, again, I repeat this, about 15% of people said they cared about this midterm election, which, you know, is surprising in its own right. What did they care about? The ones that did care, what were the issues they actually cared about?
That tells a very interesting story as well. We did ask that question. Look at this. 45% said the economy was the most important issue. That was the issue listed most frequently in the exit polls. Healthcare, number 2 at 25%. Both these tell an interesting story. Let's look at the economy. Love this. If you said the economy was getting better, you favored the Democrats 75 to 23. If you said the economy was getting worse, well, you favored Republicans 77 to 20. So what you thought about the economy determined where you vote. And let's look at the second most important issue again, health care. 25% of voters said health care was the most important issue. That was the second most popularly listed issue to us. But if you said health care was your most important issue, you actually broke for Democrats. 59 to 39. To me, that was interesting because of all this talk about Obamacare, that it might drive Republicans to the polls. Well, it wasn't the most important issue to enough of them because Democrats actually, broke on the health care issue. Ashley?
Well, we've had ISIS and Ebola and all sorts of things in the news cycle since Obamacare was so big, so maybe that's not so shocking. But I love when you break down the numbers. Thanks, John. Have you gotten any sleep? You've been up all night, haven't you?
Minutes away.
You're about to.
Minutes away.
All right, well, I'll release you. Untethered, my friend. So as we look at the message that voters sent in last night's election, what does it mean for 2016? What does it mean for the race for the White House? And what does it mean for that guy, New Jersey Governor Chris Christie? Tough talking, tough questions, too. See how he answered them, because it was really interesting TV. Republican congressional candidates aren't the only ones celebrating today. Republican governors and would-be Republican governors had a pretty good night themselves. 4 governor seats flipped from blue to red. Only one in Pennsylvania went the other way. The Republican governor of New Jersey was not running yesterday, but he helped a lot of people who were running. And this morning, Chris Christie sat down with my colleagues on New Day.
I was in 19 states in the last 5 days. So last night I was at home. But we had a great night. And when Tom Tillis won in North Carolina, Joni Ernst won in Iowa, we knew it was a good night for the Republicans in the Senate. But my focus last night was on my governor's races. And we have Bruce Rauner win in Illinois, Charlie Baker win in Massachusetts, and Larry Hogan win in Maryland. That's a really good night for Republicans to win in those blue states. And as a blue state governor myself and as a Republican, that was particularly gratifying.
So to what do you attribute that success, particularly in those blue states for governors?
Well, listen, I think that they've seen Republican leadership in other states, and it's been enormously effective. And, we had a lot of folks last night who said a lot of Republicans incumbents were going to lose. But Rick Scott won in Florida, Rick Snyder won in Michigan, Scott Walker won in Wisconsin. So, I think they like governors who get things done. And I think you saw that across the country. If you're a governor who gets things done, the voters rewarded you.
Do you think it suggests that the country is more right-leaning than some pundits would have people believe?
Well, I've always thought that. But I think more importantly, there's such anxiety in the country about what's happened in Washington and how things just haven't gotten done. And I think what they were doing with governors was rewarding the governors they believe get their job done and don't engage in all this partisan bickering and ugliness, but they work together with their legislatures, whether they're of the same party or a different party. So the fact is, that's what I think is really rewarded. People are so tired of the gridlock and the ugliness in Washington. They want to see things get done. I think they rewarded Republican governors because they've been getting things done.
So it's the morning after the midterms, and you know what that means. Time to talk about 2016.
Yeah, we don't get to breathe, huh?
No, we don't. It's time to set our sights forward on 2016. I know you get this question all the time, but really, what is your timetable for when you're going to decide?
Sometime next year. There's no rush in making this kind of decision, and I think there's no reason to rush a decision as important as this. I've said it all along. There's 3 questions I'll ask myself. Is it right for me? Is it right for my family? Is it right for my country? And if I don't answer yes to all 3, I won't run. And if I do answer yes to all 3, then I will.
And today, on a day when there's been such victories for Republican governors, isn't the answer to all of that yes?
No, I didn't ask the questions yet.
Come on.
No.
Come on, Gov.
No, Chris, I haven't. I have not.
I'm liking the kinder, gentler. You got the pink tie. I respect that.
Yeah, thank you.
That's a nod towards the sensitivity you want to have your party showing. I've been listening. We've been seeing how you're building the future of the party.
Right.
But you're the one who is leading the Republican governors, okay? You have as much credit for what happened there, and we know that, success has many fathers, right?
Yep.
You're certainly going to be one of them. Rand Paul was out there last night. He was punching Hillary in the nose every chance he had. He's talking about you and what was perceived as bullying somebody at a press conference. It started. So you can't just step to the side. You're going to have to get into the race, or the race will come to you.
Says you.
Says me, I'm the media.
You. Yeah, I understand.
We will force you to make a decision.
Well, you know how it happens when people try to force me to do anything.
I'm already seated. I'm already sitting down.
Listen, it just doesn't, it just doesn't work.
I love that. Chris Cuomo knows a thing or two. about how that governor thing works, too. Legalizing marijuana was on the ballot in several places as well, and you know what? It won in a couple of states. But is this going to lead to a big wave of weed wins in 2016? That story next. So the GOP wasn't the only big winner last night. The marijuana lobby also registering some victories in Oregon and Washington, D.C., of all places, where the voters approved legalizing recreational pot. It also appears that Alaska is going to legalize pot, though the final numbers aren't fully in yet. On the other hand, a medical marijuana initiative in Florida, no go. That was defeated. So joining me now to talk about the marijuana movement in general and other initiatives that were on the ballot yesterday is CNN's Evan Perez. So start with pot and what last night means for what other states might end up doing in 2016.
Well, Ashley, you know, the vote last night in Oregon and in Alaska and in D.C. really sets us up for 2016, where California is likely to have this on the ballot. And, you know, people who support this issue say that's going to be the big moment of trying to make marijuana perhaps follow gay marriage in gaining wider acceptance around the country. You mentioned Florida. Florida is very strange because you have the governor winning the re-election there by getting much less support than the marijuana initiative. Florida has a law that requires 60% approval. They only managed to get 57%, and supporters, they say, they're going to be back with that initiative back in 2016 as well.
All right. So while you were talking, we popped up this graphic about Colorado and personhood. I'll jump to that in a second, but not before I just drill down on that whole D.C. thing. You know, I think our viewers know by now that the district actually is run by the federal government, even though it's kind of districty, and they have to okay that. So what's going to happen? Is it possible that the federal government might actually weigh in on that pot initiative in D.C. and say, go for it, come and smoke up on the steps of Congress?
Well, you know, the Obama administration says they're not going to try to block it. However, you have already some Republicans in Congress who say that they're going to try to block the law, that they have a review period in the start of the year where they can try to block the law. Rand Paul, the senator who oversees a committee that has jurisdiction over the District of Columbia, he says he doesn't think Congress should try to interfere with the will of the people. So we'll see how this sets up in the next few months. But the supporters say they hope by March to have legalized pot here in the nation's capital.
I have time for a one-word answer on the Colorado thing, just because the personhood issue, they rejected it in Colorado, third time.
By 2 to 1.
Is it going to be back? Yeah, so is it coming back in 2016?
Exactly. It probably will be back because they think that they can build support for that.
All right, Evan, nice to see you. Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
You too.
Alrighty. So if you think Republicans are happy, you got to wait to hear about the other huge win last night. Somebody has 300 million reasons to be super happy about a teensy little purchase they made in New York. We get the details on a huge, huge jackpot coming up. Checking some other top stories now. In East Jerusalem, a driver in a commercial van ran over and killed an Israeli border police officer, and 13 other people were hit and injured before the driver got out of his vehicle and attacked people with a metal bar. He eventually was killed by the police. So this is amateur video said to have been taken today showing Israeli police clashing with Palestinians at the Temple Mount, also in the old city of Jerusalem. Muslim worshippers say that hundreds of officers raided that compound and threw stun grenades into the Al-Aqsa Mosque. In about 2 hours, we are going to hear from President Obama just one day after the GOP's huge majority win in the Senate and the expanded majority in the House. And let's not forget those governor's races, too. Going to hold a news conference at 2:50 Eastern Time. It will be live right here on CNN. And a big winning lottery ticket was sold in New York, and whoever owns that ticket hit the estimated $321 million Mega Millions jackpot last night. This is the 8th largest mega worth a paltry jackpot, estimated to be about $15 million. And the strange thing is the guy who buys our lottery pool tickets, he's not here today. I'm just saying. Happy day after election, everybody. My colleague Wolf starts right now.
Right now, Republicans are celebrating their big wins from last night. The GOP taking over both houses of Congress. And that means President Obama is going to need to find a way to work with these Republicans. The president right now, he's preparing his response to the American people, a response you will see here live. That's coming up in our next hour. Hello, I'm Wolf Blitzer. It's 1 p.m. here in Washington, 6 p.m. in London, 7 p.m. in Paris, 8 p.m. in Jerusalem. Wherever you're watching from around the world, thanks very much for joining us. We begin with a new political landscape here in Washington and across the United States. A Republican tidal wave gives the Republicans full control of the U.S. Congress. They needed a net gain of 6 seats to take the Senate from the Democrats. They got at least 7, giving them 52 seats. 3 races are still undecided: Virginia, Louisiana, where there'll be a runoff, and Alaska. Republicans also made significant gains in the House of Representatives. CNN projects they will have at least 243 seats. That's their biggest majority in the House of Representatives since World War II. So what happens now? What does all this mean for the Republicans and the last 2 years of the Obama presidency? The cover of the New York Daily News, the front page there, features a picture of the president with the caption, "His hope turns to nope." We'll hear from the president. As I said, in the next hour, he's holding a news conference at the White House that starts at 2:50 p.m. Eastern. Live coverage coming up here on CNN less than in the next hour, I should say. We're going to also hear from the man who's expected to become the next Senate Majority Leader, Senator Mitch McConnell. He has his own news conference right at the top of the next hour, 2 p.m. Eastern. We'll have live coverage of that as well. Last night, McConnell said the Republican victories represent a significant turning point.
Tonight turns a corner, and the future I see is a bright one. Americans have seen that what the current crowd in Washington is offering is making us weaker both at home and abroad. They have had enough.
Republicans also scored major victories in governors' races, endangered Republican governors in Florida, Kansas, Maine, Michigan, and Wisconsin. They were all reelected. And the Democrats lost important governors' races in largely Democratic states, including Illinois, Maryland, and Massachusetts, states that President Obama won 2 years ago and where he campaigned for those Democratic gubernatorial candidates. Let's get some perspective on all of this. The Republican surge in the 2014 midterms. Mike Pence is the governor of Indiana. He's a former Republican congressman. Some say he might be a Republican presidential candidate going forward towards 2016. I'll ask him about that later. Governor, I should say, thanks very much for joining us. You used to be a congressman. Let's talk a little bit about what you want to hear from the President of the United States. He's going to be addressing the American public from the East Room at the White House at this news conference in the next hour. What's the most important thing you'd like to hear from President Obama?
Well, I hope we hear that the President got the message, that the American people have been disappointed with the direction of our country at home and abroad, and that he's prepared to roll his sleeves up with a new Republican majority in the Senate and a wider Republican majority in the House and work in ways to get this economy moving again. I also hope, Wolf, that he looks at 31 Republican governors and recognizes that the American people are giving a great affirmation to Republican leadership at the state level and looks for more ways to work with this Congress to give states like Indiana and all the other states around the country more freedom, more flexibility to craft solutions at the state level that'll work for the people of each of those jurisdictions.
Do you believe Republicans in the Congress and Republican governors like yourself will be able to work with this president during his final 2 years, looking ahead to 2016?
Well, you know, I was there when we won the House back in 2010. Our hope was that we saw movement in the White House then. It didn't come to fruition. But I hope the president got the message. He said before this election that he wasn't on the ballot, but his agenda was. And I think the people here in Indiana, people all over America, agreed with him. His agenda was on the ballot, and the American people sent a resounding message for change in the policies that have caused the slowest recovery in recent memory. And And also, I think they want to see Washington start to work together, also start to work in more effective partnerships with our states to craft solutions that'll get this economy moving again and really restore America's place in the world.
What will it say to you if the president in the coming weeks, as he's promised to do, takes unilateral action, executive orders, as they're called, going around Congress to go ahead and provide a change to the illegal immigration status of millions of people living in the United States?
Well, I think millions of Americans would be profoundly disappointed if the president got out his phone and his pen and acted in any unilateral way in the wake of yesterday's incredible election. The American people have sent a deafening message that they want change. Now, I think they want to see us refocus our national government and state governments around the country on the kind of policies that will create jobs and opportunities, expand educational opportunities, improve our infrastructure. We can work together on all of those things at the national level and here at the state level. But if the president wants to begin to act unilaterally again, that's just going to send us into one more season of gridlock and acrimony in Washington, D.C., which, again, I have to tell 31 Republican governors, and electing Republican governors, as you mentioned earlier, in places like Illinois and Massachusetts and Maryland, all should send a message to this administration that the American people are endorsing common sense Republican leadership at the state level, and there's a real opportunity here not just to shrink the national government, but to send back to the states all over this country the resources and flexibility to craft solutions that'll work in each and every one of their states.
Are you thinking of running for the Republican presidential nomination?
You know, today really is about all these great candidates, and I want to give great credit to our great team here in Indiana. We had a great victory, 3 outstanding women leading our ticket here, wider majorities in our legislature. I'm also grateful to have been a small part of standing with a number of our candidates around the country running for election and re-election as governor. And for my part, I'm going to stay focused here on the state of Indiana, stay focused on keeping Indiana in the very forefront of growth and opportunity here in the Midwest, and we'll make decisions about our future down the road.
All right, so you're not ruling it out, though, right?
Well, my focus is here in Indiana. You know, we've seen unemployment drop from over 8% to 5.7% now. We're recognized as a national leader in education, innovation, and we've got the results to prove it. And with our upcoming session of the General Assembly, I think the opportunity we have now with renewed majorities in the Hoosier State and frankly with a great statewide team reelected is to continue to keep Indiana in the forefront of now a part of the country here in the Midwest that has Republican governors from Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, and we intend to continue to lead that pack.
All right, we'll leave it on that note. Governor Pence, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you, Wolf.
Mitch McConnell, once again, he's expected to speak right at the top of the hour, 2 p.m. Eastern. The president is expected to start speaking at around 2:50 p.m. Eastern. He's got a news conference in the next hour. You're going to see both of them live right here on CNN. After his party's miserable showing, what does the president need to say to the American people when he speaks? In that opening statement at the news conference in our next hour, we'll ask our panel of experts. We'll also talk with Democratic Congressman Charlie Rangel, who's seen Congress change hands plenty of times during his 40-plus years in the U.S. House of Representatives. There he is live. He's in New York. We'll talk with Charlie Rangel when we come back. The Democrats really took it on the chin last night, losing control of the U.S. Senate, losing ground in the House of Representatives at the same time. Joining us now from New York, the longtime New York Democratic Congressman Charlie Rangel. Congressman, thanks very much for joining us.
Good to be back with you, Wolf.
All right, so you won your district handily last night. I think you got about 87% of the vote, New York's 13th district, setting up for you a 23rd term in the House of Representatives. But so many of your fellow Democrats, they did really, really badly. Why did the Democrats do so poorly in these Senate races, these governor races, and these House races?
I really think the American people were fed up. One great thing about our Constitution is that when constituents get fed up with incumbents for doing nothing, they don't pull them out of office and shoot them. They just vote them out. They don't have to give any reasoning for it. And I think the frustration of seeing the gridlock and the fact that they have not really enjoyed the benefits of an improved economy And the fact that just saying no is very popular. They had a target called Obama, and they didn't deal with the issues. They just dealt with the frustrations. Now comes 2016. They got to come up with more than just say no.
Well, you know, the Democrats lost in really a lot of these so-called blue or Democratic states, governors' races, as we pointed out, in Maryland, Massachusetts, Illinois, states the president went. He campaigned for those Democratic candidates, and the voters said, we don't want you. Why?
I don't think they wanted government. I don't think they wanted incumbents. I don't think that they were bothering as to whether it was Republicans or Democrats. They just want to see something positive come out of Washington. And many good people, Republicans and Democrats, just went out with the wash. I mean, when people get frustrated and tired and don't believe that the future includes them. But on the issues that America is concerned about, the Republicans have stopped that, whether we talk about health care, minimum wage, decent housing, the infrastructure, all the things that America needs and we're moving forward on were never an issue in where Democratic lost. And there's not one Republican out there that can say what they want to do for the next presidency. They don't have a candidate.
I want to give you a chance, Congressman. You and I have known each other for a long time, to clarify controversial remarks you said at a Governor Cuomo rally in New York last week. You said, and I'll read it specifically, some of them, you're referring to Republicans out there, believe that slavery isn't over and that they won the Civil War. All right, what did you mean by that?
I meant that they used to call themselves Dixiecrats. These were slave-holding states. They've been frustrated with the Emancipation Proclamation. They turned over, became Republicans. Then they became Tea Party people. And these are the people that are trying to frustrate people from voting, changing the voting rights that we fought so hard for. And all I'm saying is, if you want to challenge the statistics, find out where the slaveholding states are, find out whether they were Dixiecrats, went Republican, find out where the Tea Party is. And I'm just saying that it's unfortunate America doesn't deal with the problem of racism, but until we acknowledge that it exists and fight hard to eradicate it, then we still got to be frustrated by people. They all come from the South, and they all have these feelings about superiority, and that's true whether you're picking cotton or whether you're president of the United States.
So you're doubling down on those remarks. You're not walking away from them because, as you know, they caused quite a stir, raising the specter of racism out there. And I want to point out to you, an African-American Republican was elected the United States Senator in South Carolina, Tim Scott.
We're not talking about America. We're not talking about the advancements that we've made, a black president, the explosive number of African-American and others that are now in the Congress and holding. We're talking about a cancer that we have in the United States of America. America knows who they are. They know how they feel. And we're talking about dealing with them. And quite frankly, the healthiest thing that could happen to this Republican majority is that they don't have to have the tail wagging the dog. They don't need the Tea Party, and maybe, just maybe, in getting ready for 2016, they can start dealing with the issue that Americans are concerned about in terms of creating the jobs, improving the infrastructure, education, research, development, livable wages, and they don't have to deal with those handful of people, and we all know who they are and where they're from. So maybe slavery was the wrong word, but racial superiority, unfortunately, is a disease that a handful of people have, and they were holding back the Republican majority in the House of Representatives. Maybe now the Republican leadership doesn't need them and can go along with people who want to improve the quality of life for all Americans and not those who just look like them.
You want to name any names?
No, listen, the whole world knows who they are, and certainly Americans do, and certainly Speaker Boehner does. And we got to have immigration that's based on what's good for the country, not good for people who come just from Europe. And so all of these things now we have an opportunity to change, and we don't have Obama to kick around anymore. He does have the veto, but I think what he wants to do is to make certain that we find a level playing field where we can be productive, not as Republicans and Democrats, but as Americans. And the Republicans have an opportunity now to say something positive about something, whether it's immigration, infrastructure, education, minimum wage. They haven't done a thing except take advantage of the frustrations that American voters rightfully had.
Charlie Rangel speaking his mind as he always does. Charlie Rangel, thanks very much for joining us. I will point out there aren't a whole lot of so-called Dixiecrats or people who believe in slavery in a lot of these states like Maryland or Massachusetts or Illinois, where the Republicans won the governor's races. So it sort of suggests that maybe there are some racist elements out there, and all of us know there are some. But to blame the Republican wins on these a small group
I am not blaming the Republicans, and thank God for the progress we made. But there are people that still carry the Confederate flag in memory of those who lost, and they refuse to believe it. And you know it, I know it, everyone knows it. It has nothing to do but with a small group of people that a lot of people, and it sounds like we're going in that direction, are afraid to talk about it. They're in America, and they are responsible for holding back in a lot of progress that we should have been making in the immigration law 10, 20 years ago. And we're not doing it because of the attitudes about a certain number of people as to how they see the complexion of the United States changing. Some of them have said that we're losing our country as we know it. And you and I know exactly what they mean. They're not the same shade of the people that was here when the Pilgrims came.
Charlie Rangel, the longtime Democratic congressman from New York, thanks very much for joining us. We'll continue our conversation.
I hope so.
All right, thank you. Still ahead, tough talk or conciliation. We're going to talk about what President Obama needs to say, what tone he needs to take when he speaks to the American people. That's coming up in the next hour. You'll see it live right here on CNN. President Obama is now facing a political landscape entirely new to him, one with the Republicans controlling not one, but both houses of Congress. Here to discuss the impact of this GOP tidal wave, our senior political analysts, David Gergen and Ron Brownstein. Guys, thanks very much for coming in. David, what is the most important thing the President of the United States needs to say right at the top of his news conference coming up in the next hour?
He got whooped. And it was a tough one, a tough night. It was a big night for the Republicans, bigger than I expected. But I think the critical issue is, well, not only what he says, but what he does. And there are two different paths he could go down. We heard last night from Jim Acosta that there was a very pugnacious tone at the White House. That's the way he put it. It would sound like combative. And the New York Times, Peter Baker is reporting this morning that the president is frustrated. He said he was basically kept on the sidelines by other Democrats. He doesn't think it's about him. I think if that's his tone, if that's his attitude truly down underneath, I think he's going to have trouble down the road. On the other hand, if he's more conciliatory and means it and works on it and gets the Republicans' play, it takes two to tango. He's got to get them to
If he goes through this executive order, unilateral action, and deals with immigration reform simply by signing a piece of paper rather than seeking legislation through Congress, what will be the impact of that during his final 2 years in office, Ron?
It will be explosive, Wolf. From their point of view, they have tried on legislation, and it is difficult to imagine this Republican Congress, with every Republican senator who was elected opposing a pathway to citizenship, all the new Republican senators, ultimately ending up in a place in immigration that he can accept. And this is obviously a crossroads choice, because if he doesn't do this, he will deeply alienate his base, which they need for 2016, and I think will also frustrate him after he's felt he's kind of given Republicans many chances to do this. But if he does do it, as you suggest, it will provoke a lot of confrontation and basically set a very combative tone for the final 2 years.
What do you think he'll do it? Because he made a commitment that he would do it, even without legislation. David, what do you think?
I think when you say that your agenda is at stake in the elections and then you get rejected this way, you need to go back and look at your agenda.
So he walks away from that.
I think that he's got a window to say, I'm going to try.
I hate to use the phrase, but he drew a red line on that on immigration, unilateral action, executive order.
But if he, the people have spoken in a fairly loud voice, and he himself said his agenda was on the table in this election. So I think that it opens a window to say, look, I'm willing to try this one more time with you. If you don't do it, I'm going to go do it unilaterally. We had 6 months and to work this out.
What's surprising to a lot of us, Ron, I assume to you as well, it wasn't necessarily all that surprising the Republicans were the majority in the Senate. But in those Democratic states, Republicans were elected governor. You know, we're not talking about, you know, Midwestern state like Indiana, let's say. We're talking about Maryland, Massachusetts, and the president's home state of Illinois. Republicans won the governor contest.
Yeah, a receding tide sinks all boats, I guess, to use the analogy. We saw some of that in 2010 when Republicans won governorships in Wisconsin, Illinois, and Pennsylvania. Governorships are somewhat more insulated, but the reality is, Wolf, that these elections, as I've said before, are increasingly nationalized quasi-parliamentary elections. The views about the president drive the result everywhere. If you look at your national exit poll, 44% of the voters said they approved of his performance. 87% of those voters voted Democratic for the House. 55% said they disapproved. 83% of those voters voted Republican for the House. Whether Democratic candidates invited him into the state or not, whether they campaigned with him or not, he was on the ballot with them. That is the reality. And if the party does not find a better way to explain and justify what they've done under his tenure by 2016, it is going to be a powerful undertow again. I think the real lesson of this election is you cannot simply put these 8 years in the rearview mirror or try to reach back to the Clinton years to take an example. You have to find an explanation and convince more Americans than are convinced now that there have been benefits for them through the Obama presidency.
When they lost the House, the Democrats, in 2010, the president used the word shellacking. We'll see what word he uses today. David, thanks very much. Ron, thanks to you as well. The Republican big guns came out blazing on CNN today following last night's election.
People are so tired of the gridlock and the ugliness in Washington. They want to see things get done.
This was not only a repudiation of the president, but I think really a repudiation of Hillary Clinton.
Whoever you believe, the president certainly will have a lot of work to do to try to work with that new Republican majority in the House and Senate. How does that affect the outcome in 2016, the next race for the White House? We'll look ahead. Welcome back to our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting from Washington. Both the New Jersey Governor Chris Christie and the Kentucky Senator Rand Paul, they campaigned hard for so many of the Republican candidates who emerged as winners last night. Never short on words, they spoke to CNN earlier today about what the victory means.
I think that they've seen Republican leadership in other states, and it's been enormously effective. And, you know, we had a lot of folks last night who said a lot of Republicans incumbents were going to lose. But Rick Scott won in Florida, Rick Snyder won in Michigan, Scott Walker won in Wisconsin. So, you know, I think they like governors who get things done. And I think you saw that across the country. If you're a governor who gets things done, the voters rewarded you.
I think last night in Kentucky we had a huge victory, and particularly in Kentucky, Iowa, Arkansas. This was not only a repudiation of the president, but I think really a repudiation of Hillary Clinton. Everybody thought, oh, hey, I'm going to be a Clinton Democrat. It turns out that's not so popular in a lot of states either. And trying to separate this into Obama Democrats and Clinton Democrats really wasn't a very successful strategy for the Democrats yesterday.
Both Governor Christie and Senator Paul were on CNN's New Day this morning. And Senator Paul even took to Facebook, where he posted a photo album of sorts of Hillary Clinton campaigning with candidates who lost. Senator Paul's hashtag, Hillary's Losers. Joining us now, Larry Sabato. He's the director of the University of Virginia Center for Politics. Larry, thanks very much for joining us. How do you think the defeat that the Democrats suffered last night, and was pretty widespread, as you know, will impact Hillary Clinton and her ambition maybe of becoming the president of the United States?
You know, Wolf, the Clintons have always been very good at turning negatives into positives. And the negative for them is not only did the Democrats lose rather badly, but the Clintons themselves campaigned for loads of candidates who went down in flames, including in places where they're supposed to be influential, like Arkansas and Kentucky. But I can easily imagine that within days, if not weeks, Hillary Clinton, when she finally decides to make public what we all know is going to happen, will say, look, the Republicans are in charge of the House and the Senate. It may very well not change after 2016. Look at all of the, quote, extreme, unquote, things they're going to do. You need me to stop them. I'm the only thing standing between you and their far-right measures to do X, Y, and Z.
In your state of Virginia right now, we still have not projected the winner, the incumbent Democratic Governor Mark Warner, slightly ahead of Ed Gillespie, the Republican challenger. What's your thought? Who's going to win that race when all the votes are counted?
Oh, I think Warner will emerge the winner, and I think privately most people admit that, looking at where the handful of votes that haven't been reported are from, and he's well up. 10, 12,000 votes doesn't sound like much until you go looking for them. So often in Virginia, too, the canvases turn up more Democratic votes than Republican votes, again, because of the large localities that readjust their figures. But look, that was a tremendous embarrassment for Mark Warner. There's just no two ways about it. The surveys in Virginia were dead wrong, as they were in Georgia and Kentucky and lots of other places around the country. And I think they lulled Warner and everybody else into a false security that he was, in fact, handily winning re-election. He turned out to be very vulnerable in the purple state of Virginia in a classic sixth-year itch election that had a bit of a wave attached.
I know you predicted the Republicans would be the decisive majority in the U.S. Senate, and you were right in your predictions. Larry Sabato, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you, Wolf.
We're waiting for Senator Mitch McConnell to hold a news conference. He was elected to his 6th term in the U.S. Senate yesterday. He's already told one news outlet what his top priority will be. Stay with us. You might be surprised to hear what he has to say. That news conference coming up right at the top of the hour. He's expected to be the next Senate Majority Leader.
It's a call to President Obama that he's going to have to start working with Republicans to get things done. And I think, obviously, with a Republican majority in the Senate, he's going to have no other option than to work with Republicans to get things done. Well, he should have been doing that for the past 5 years, and he hasn't been. And I think the American people are sick and tired of it.
That's the Republican National Committee Chairman Reince Priebus setting the tone after the very, very big Republican Party wins last night. Starting in January, early January, Republicans will control both houses of Congress, and they will be able to set a lot of the agenda. Joining us now, our CNN political commentator, the Republican strategist Ana Navarro, and our CNN political contributor, the former Obama special advisor, Van Jones. Guys, thanks very much for joining us. I keep asking people what they want to hear from the president right when he starts speaking. What do you want to hear?
Graciousness. I actually want to hear both President Obama and Mitch McConnell be gracious. I think that you need to be gracious in defeat and admit defeat. Not deny it, admit it, be humble about it. But I also think you need to be gracious in victory. I think both of them need to be gracious and classy today.
It was 4 years ago when the Democrats lost the House of Representatives. He had that news conference the next day, and he said the Democrats, he conceded, suffered a shellacking. Yes. That was his word. We all remember the word shellacking. I just tweeted about that yesterday and today. Is there another word he should use today?
Devastating, humiliating, crushing defeat. I mean, this is a horrible day for Democrats. It's weird because people did vote on our issues in the right way, whether it's choice, marijuana, criminal justice, but they didn't vote for our candidates. And I think he's going to have to cough up that fur ball.
What happened to the Obama brand, especially with young people? They went out and voted historically in 2008 with women, minorities. Yeah. All of a sudden, there were a lot of people who didn't show up at the polls yesterday.
Yeah, well, we have a boom-bust coalition. On election years where it's a national election, where there's a president, we have an undefeatable, almost blue wall. David Gergen wrote a great piece about this blue wall. The problem is you can't govern with a coalition that is big only every 4 years. You got to be able to be consistent. We did not give young people, in particular, a reason to come to the polls. We didn't nationalize on student debt. We didn't nationalize on infrastructure and jobs. We didn't nationalize this election on the issues. We let them nationalize the election on Obama.
Here's a problem the president has, and I'm anxious to get your thoughts, because I've been thinking a lot about this. We're being seen right now, not only in the United States, but around the world. And leaders, foreign leaders, friendly foreign leaders, and enemies of the United States, they see a president who clearly has been weakened. He's going to Asia next week. He'll be in China next week. He's going to have to deal with a lot of tough issues over the next 2 years. But a lot of these foreign leaders will see a weakened president, and they say, you know what, this is an opportunity to try to take advantage of the United States.
Well, I hope none of those Asian leaders get him to campaign for them, because they may lose. Look, I think that it's actually a good place for him to go right now on a foreign trip and go do what he's got to be, which is be commander-in-chief and continue being the chief diplomat of the United States. The bottom line is he still has got 2 years. There's a lot he can do in 2 years if he chooses to, and if the dynamics work for him. He has got to set the tone. He's got to make sure that the message he's sending is, I'm going to continue on this. I'm going to continue engaged in foreign and domestic policy priorities, and I'm going to make it happen. If he doesn't send that message, then, you know, put a fork in him, he's done.
I think that there are ways forward on a bipartisan basis. Here's the thing. When you look at what the actual Republicans voted for, Republicans voted for minimum wage increases.
Yeah, but if he goes ahead and unilaterally changes the illegal immigration laws in the United States going around Congress, you heard Governor Mike Pence of Indiana say that would be poking the new leadership of Congress right in the eye.
What you're bringing up is not inconsistent with what Republicans have been saying. What Republicans have been saying is minimum wage should be set by the states. It should be something, you know, as you know, it's not a federalist issue. It should be a state issue because different states have different dynamics and they know what their
let me
minimum
ask you,
wage
should he walk away from that pledge to sign an executive order? And really, if he does that, you know how it's going to irritate the Republicans.
Here's the thing. This president made a promise and he made a pledge to the Latino community that he was going to stop devastating Latino families. He was going to stop ripping moms away from their children. He was going to take a step back from the kinds of horrific enforcement that has really angered the Latino base. He has to deliver on that promise. Now, if the Republicans are concerned, they should sit down together and come up with a way forward together. But if Republicans continue to step away from their responsibility to help solve this problem, this president has to lead. And I'm going to tell you one other thing. If this president thinks he's going to be able to walk away from the Latino community and those promises without paying an even worse cost, he's wrong.
All right, guys, hold on.
He has stepped away from those promises for the last 7 years.
Well,
those are old promises
right.
that are not fulfilled.
Let's see what he does. This is going to be a critical issue. I know it'll come up at the news conference as well, guys. Thanks very much. This note for both our international viewers and our viewers here in North America. Stick around. I'll be anchoring CNN special coverage as we get ready to hear first from the new Republican leader in the U.S. Senate, expected to be the majority leader, Mitch McConnell. He's going to be speaking right at the top of the hour. And then later in the next hour, President Obama begins with an opening statement, then has a full-scale news conference in the East Room of the White House. We'll have live coverage coming up here on CNN. Our coverage continues right after this short break. Welcome to our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting from Washington. Any minute now, the man expected to become the next Senate Majority Leader, the Republican Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky. He will start talking about the GOP's victory. It was a huge victory in the midterm elections here in the United States last night. And right after that, President Obama is set to respond to what is now widely seen as a major defeat handed to his Democratic Party. It's a sea change up on Capitol Hill as the Republicans now take charge not only of the House of Representatives, but also the U.S. Senate, snatching the Senate from the Democrats and expanding, I should point out as well, the Republicans' grip on the House of Representatives. Here's what the balance of power in the U.S. Senate looked like before the election, with Democrats firmly in control. There you see it right there, 53 Democrats, 2 independents who vote with the Democrats, 45 Republicans. Here's where it stands right now, with Democrats shuffled to the backseat and Republicans in charge. The Republicans picked up 7 seats so far, at least in the Senate, more potentially on the way, and gains in at least 14 in the House, giving Republicans our largest majority in the House of Representatives since World War II. And with several races still too close to call, the House could end up with its largest Republican majority since Herbert Hoover was president of the United States. In addition, the number of Republican governors increased by 4, with the Republicans taking the top office in even reliably Democratic states that voted overwhelmingly for President Obama just 2 years ago. Let's point out Republicans won in Maryland, Massachusetts, and Illinois, the president's home state. We have a team of the best analysts and reporters standing by. Our chief Washington correspondent, Jake Tapper, is here. Our chief political analyst, Gloria Borger. Our CNN commentators, Anna Navarro, Van Jones, S.E. Cupp. They are here as well up on Capitol Hill. Our chief congressional correspondent Dana Bash. Let's start with you, Jake. Give us your analysis right now. A, what we're likely to hear from Mitch McConnell, and then a few minutes later, what we're likely to hear from the President of the United States.
I think you're going to hear a conciliatory tone from Mitch McConnell talking about wanting to work with President Obama, wanting to work with Democrats in the Senate. But make no mistake, Republicans feel as though they were handed this and they have a mandate, that they were elected to stop some of the Obama administration's policies, to show leadership where they feel President Obama has not shown leadership, especially when it comes to the economy. So while I do think it's going to be an expression of a desire to work together, it's also going to be an expression of clear Republican imperatives and Republican principles.
And Gloria, there will be some danger points very, very quickly if the President goes ahead and takes, uses his pen to sign executive orders that will deeply irritate the Congress, the Republican-led House and Senate.
Yeah, and they're talking about that right now, Wolf. I mean, obviously, if the president were to sign an executive action that was all-encompassing, that it would be like, sticking his thumb in the eyes of a bunch of Republicans who ran against immigration reform. So I think the discussion that's going on inside the White House is why they're clearly going to extend an olive branch, by the way, because they have no other choice but to do so. They have to decide in what order they decide to do things. Do they do immigration now? Do they try and get something done on taxes or on infrastructure first and then do what they want to do on immigration? I mean, make no mistake about it. Nobody is saying that suddenly people are going to get together and write poetry together about immigration reform. That just is not going to happen before the next election.
And as we wait to hear from Mitch McConnell, we all widely expect him to be the new majority leader in the U.S. Senate. Although when I interviewed Senator Ted Cruz, the Republican of Texas, last night, I asked him a couple times, will you support Mitch McConnell as the new majority leader? And he refused to say he would. He didn't say he wouldn't, but he said there's going to be a meeting. Republicans will get together. We'll talk about it. How divided are the Republicans right now up in the United States Senate as far as Mitch McConnell being their leader is concerned?
I think they're a lot less divided than an interview with Ted Cruz would have you believe, frankly. That's Ted Cruz being Ted Cruz. That's vintage Ted Cruz. As you know, it's part of his persona and profile to be a thorn on the side of the institution and the establishment. So that's very typical of Ted Cruz. But, I do think that President Obama and Republicans both are between a rock and a hard place when it comes to this executive immigration action, particularly President Obama. He's under tremendous pressure from Latinos, from immigration advocates, from his progressive base. He has been making promises on immigration since he was campaigning as Senator Barack Obama in 2007. And time again, these groups have had to hear from him, wait, it's not your turn yet. For political reasons, you have to wait. And a lot of them are done waiting. But on the other hand, you've got Republicans, some of whom I think have a genuine desire to work on immigration, but it will poison the well. When you've got people like Lindsey Graham, Marco Rubio, and John McCain, authors of the bipartisan agreement in the Senate on immigration, sending him a letter saying, really think about it, and this is going to have consequences, I think it's a very difficult
Let me go
place.
to Dana Bashop on Capitol Hill. Dana, you cover all these men and women in the United States Senate, the House of Representatives. Set the scene, what we're about to hear right now from Mitch McConnell.
Mitch McConnell is such an interesting character. He is somebody who is going to be introduced much more to the American people than they ever have seen him before. But to those of us who cover him in Congress, we have seen the way he operates for some time, and it'll probably be illustrated in this press conference. He is known as somebody who is one of the most, if not the most, strategic politicians in Washington. And I think Democrats and Republicans alike will say that. He is somebody who plans so many steps ahead. And for this, being the majority leader, he's been planning for years. He thought possibly he would get this job 4 years ago, and then it didn't happen. 2 years ago, they had a crop of Republican candidates who couldn't perform and couldn't get elected. Now he finally got the prize that he has wanted forever. He is one of the few senators who doesn't look in the mirror and say, I want to be president. He says that. He joked about that with me when I was in Kentucky this election cycle. He's always wanted to do this. He has a very clear idea of how he wants to do it. He wants to return the Senate to regular order. That sounds like process, but to explain it in layman's terms, He wants it to work the way the founder said. He wants everything to go through the committees where things tend to work in a much more bipartisan way, and to try to bring those things to the floor. Whether he can get that done, who knows? But at least he definitely has a plan, and we're going to hear at least a little bit about it when he speaks shortly.
Let me bring Essie into this conversation. Essie, is it a done deal? He will be Mitch McConnell, the Republican majority leader in the Senate?
Yeah, I think there's consensus. Ted Cruz notwithstanding, and Anna is absolutely right. Ted Cruz never misses an opportunity to try and separate himself from the pack. I think there's a consensus that Mitch McConnell deserves this and will be good at this. And to something that Jake said earlier, I think he's right that it's really easy to see what happened last night as a mandate for Republicans, but I don't think that's true. And I'm hoping that Mitch McConnell comes out and sure celebrates a hard-fought victory, especially in his own case, in his own state, but also acknowledges the fact that this was a rejection of Barack Obama's my way or the highway attitude. And it doesn't make much sense for Republicans to come in with a my way or the highway attitude in the face of rejection.
We just lost SC. We're going to reconnect with her. Van Jones, what about that? She's making a point you hear a lot, that the president really hasn't reached out during these first 6 years, tried to cultivate not only Republicans, but even a lot of Democrats up on Capitol Hill, inviting them over to the White House, watching a movie, having dinner. He really hasn't gone to the Bill Clinton playbook, shall we say, in trying to establish that personal rapport with a lot of members of Congress.
Well, that is something that is said about him often. When he does do it, it's overlooked or it's seen as political. I think more important than the personal touches, he has reached out on the policy side. There have been many, many times where he put forward ideas that were Republican ideas, infrastructure, whether it's tax breaks for small businesses, and was rejected because you had a strategy on the part of the Republicans to really try to say no to him on everything. Now we do have a chance for a reset, and there are issues on which we can work together well. Criminal justice reform is something that Rand Paul and Eric Holder agree on. That's an issue. Infrastructure. If you look at the way that the Republicans voted, they actually voted for things like minimum wage. They voted for things like marijuana laws. So there is common ground that I think we can get to. But I think the idea that the gridlock was created by Obama not wanting to reach out, as a progressive Democrat, that has never been our critique of President Obama. He has been trying to reach out. Our concern has been that the Republicans ran against gridlock that they created. Our concern is they may have been rewarded for that. We hope they learn the right lessons, too.
David Gergen, there's plenty of gridlock here in Washington. So now there's a new dynamic going on. The